Chapter 2017. Of course, if he wanted to leave, no mecha could stop him. Deputy Commander Zhao was shocked and said, "Fire, stop it." Long Lan stared at Deputy Commander Zhao coldly. "This mutant really has evil intentions. You were already dead just now. Do you think you have the right to give orders?" Judging from the fact that the flames just now only burned the mecha and did not hurt him at all, it was clear that this person had no evil intentions. The mecha soldiers retreated and stood behind the chief commander. "Thank you for saving our Deputy Commander Yi," Long Lan extended her hand and said. Su Yu was slightly stunned. Only then did he realize that she wanted to shake his hand. He had almost forgotten this etiquette from the old Earth, but he still stepped forward and shook her hand skillfully. Deputy Commander Zhao was unwilling to give up. He stared at Yi Mingxian again. "It is good that you are back, but I hope you can be responsible for the soldiers who died." Yi Mingxian said, "Don't worry, I will give them an explanation." She said coldly, as if she had a deeper meaning. "But before that, I want to introduce you to someone." Yi Mingxian clapped her hands. "Come out." Heavy footsteps could be heard coming from inside the Black Star ship. "Can I not come out?" Zhong Xian's face was red, and she said embarrassedly. Her legs felt like they were filled with lead, and she could not move. Yi Mingxian said calmly, "You can, unless you don't want to be ransomed." Only then did Zhong Xian slowly come out. As soon as she appeared, Long Lan was shocked. The deputy commander of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce's Eastern War Zone, Zhong Xian? The three deputy commanders were equally shocked. Yi Mingxuan's escape was already a blessing, but how did she capture the enemy's deputy commander alive? If she remembered correctly, Zhong Xian was the overall commander of this battle. "This is what happened." Yi Mingxian briefly described the process of her capture, Su Yu's appearance, his plan to capture Zhong Xian alive, and his successful escape. After listening to her, everyone looked incredulous. It sounded like a fairy tale, but the fact that they were alive in front of them was the best proof. Long Lan pondered for a moment and said, "Deputy Commander Yi was at fault for the defeat, but capturing the enemy's commander alive was a special merit. Your merits and demerits offset, so you will be reinstated." Without giving the three vice commanders a chance to object, he raised his voice and said, "Pass down my order to the three armies. Vice Commander Yi will take back control of the Black Star battle team." "Yes." Assistant Qiao Long immediately sent a message to the entire army through some advanced mecha. Yi Ming said, "Thank you, Commander. Ming Xian will definitely revive the Black Star team." Long Lan smiled and nodded. "Let's hold a banquet tonight to welcome Deputy Commander Yi back. Mr. Su, you have made great contributions. This time, you will be a distinguished guest, please don't decline." Of course, Su Yu would not decline, as he just happened to have something to ask. After 3 rounds of wine, Su Yu asked Long Lan, "Great Commander, you are very knowledgeable. I wonder if you have ever heard of a civilization like mine that specializes in martial arts?" Long Lan put down her wine cup. After a moment of silence, she said, "When I first met you, I wanted to ask if you're from the ancient martial civilization." Su Yu was delighted. Sure enough, he had met someone who knew him. "May I ask what kind of ancient civilization you mentioned?" Su Yu asked. Long Lan took a sip of wine and reminisced. "To be honest, when I was still a soldier, I was swept away by a spatial storm." "What? Did such a thing happen?" "Hiss. A spatial storm. It's unbelievable that Great Commander is still alive." Yi Mingxian's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. "Great Commander, you were able to survive such a devastating natural disaster like the spatial storm. You're really powerful." Long Lan laughed self-deprecatingly. "In front of the spatial storm, I was just like an ant. How could I be qualified to contend against it? It was a person who could fly into the sky and burrow into the ground who pulled me out of the spatial storm. That's how I survived." Hearing this, Yi Mingxian could not help but look at Su Yu. Wasn't flying into the sky and burrow into the ground referring to Su Yu? "That person brought me to a small civilization. It was really small, probably not much bigger than our city," Long Lan said slowly. "In that civilization, there were only small wooden buildings, large areas of undeveloped primeval forests, and many ferocious beasts. At first, I thought it was a primitive civilization, until I discovered that everyone in the civilization could fly into the sky and burrow into the ground. They could also use extremely powerful attacks. Only then did I realize that the civilization wasn't as simple as it seemed. I stayed in that civilization for 2 years and studied the local people for a long time. Finally, I confirmed that they were probably an ancient civilization that specialized in martial art. Their civilization was very, very long, at least trillions of years old, or even much longer. As for our civilization, its oldest origin is only 300 million years old. Therefore, I called their civilization the ancient martial civilization, while our civilization is the warrior armor civilization. Yi Mingxian's heart was filled with yearning. Imagining the human beings who could fly into the sky and burrow into the ground, she could not help but ask, then, is our warrior armor civilization more powerful, or the ancient martial civilization? Long Lan was very sure about this. Of course it's the ancient martial civilization. Their lifespans are long, almost as long as the heavens and the earth. They can kill people from 1,000 miles away, wipe out a civilization with a single slap, and achieve immortal and indestructible bodies. On the other hand, our Jia warrior civilization relies too much on mechas, but our bodies are relatively weak. At most, we can only live for 800 years with the help of advanced medicine. Everyone at the table was envious. Yi Mingxian felt even more complicated. At first, she thought that Su Yu's civilization was quite backward, but now she realized that the ancient martial civilization was the truly advanced civilization. Although the Mecha civilization was prosperous, in a sense, it was a civilization that had gone the wrong way. If the ancient martial civilization and the warrior armor civilization of the same level were to fight, I think the warrior armor civilization would not last a day, and would be destroyed. Long Lan sighed deeply. Su Yu agreed with this point. A dozen divine warriors of heaven and earth could probably destroy this 5-star civilization in a day. However, Su Yu was concerned about one thing. Then how did you come back? Long Lan shook her head and said, I don't know. One day, when I woke up in the morning, I found myself in the Thunder Fairy Zodiac Palace. I always thought it was an unrealistic dream, but now that I've seen you, I can confirm that it wasn't a dream, but something that really happened, Long Lan said, staring at Su Yu. Su Yu's eyes lit up. If he wasn't mistaken, it should be the Thunder Fairy Zodiac Palace that found a way to bring Long Lan back from the ancient martial civilization. Then, they should have the ability to send Su Yu back. Finally, he had found a clue to go home. After the banquet, Su Yu asked, Can I borrow the local books and materials? Long Lan said, Of course. Our army has all the books and materials of the 4 universal civilizations. It will take at least 100 years to finish reading them. That might not be the case. After the banquet, Yi Mingxian accompanied Su Yu for a walk. She let out a sigh of relief and said, Thank you. Su Yu shook his head. You don't have to thank me. Just help me contact a passenger ship and let me go to the Thunder Fairy Zodiac Palace. Yi Mingxian paused for a moment, then caught up with him again. Why don't you stay? With your strength in the martial path, you will be highly valued in the Jia warrior civilization. By then, you can have anything you want. It will be better than you going back. Su Yu said, This is one of the differences between our ancient martial path civilization and your Jia warrior civilization. The living creatures in our civilization focus on the training of the martial path. Life enjoyment is just an auxiliary, dispensable thing. Yi Mingxian sighed softly. She knew she couldn't persuade Su Yu to stay, so she said, I will prepare a passenger ship for you. Su Yu nodded. After thinking for a moment, he said, Do you need my help? Those 3 deputy commanders are the culprits who framed you. He had confirmed this by listening to their telepathic thoughts. Yi Mingxian shook her head and smiled. Don't think of me as useless. I have ways to deal with those 3 deputy commanders. Su Yu recognized her intelligence, so he didn't doubt her. He said, If you have any difficulties, come to me. Where? Yi Mingxian had a faint smile on her face. You don't have a place to stay, do you? Su Yu was startled. He said, We martial cultivators have the 4 seas as our home. It's normal for us to eat and sleep in the open. We don't insist on a place to stay. Of course, if you can arrange a room for me, that will be even better. Then stay at my house, Yiming Shen said. Your house? Su Yu was surprised. Aren't the people of your civilization very conservative? Yiming Shen was slightly embarrassed. I'm kind enough to let you stay. Do you have to be so straightforward? Fine, if she didn't mind, why would a man like Su Yu care? Then I'll have to trouble you for a few days. Su Yu took a cell phone-like device from the military camp. It contained a huge amount of information, all of which was related to the 4 universal civilizations. As the deputy commander, Yiming Shen was assigned a luxurious private villa in the center of the city. Su Yu chose a room, closed the door, and said, "Don't disturb me if there's nothing urgent." Oh, right, we martial cultivators don't eat or drink, so there's no need to call me for meals. Yiming Shen couldn't help but be annoyed. You're really impolite. Thinking of his attitude when they first met, Yiming Shen was annoyed and envious at the same time. The ancient martial civilization is so nice. Entering the room, Su Yu immediately began to flip through the huge amount of information. With his amazing reading ability, coupled with the time acceleration, Su Yu spent less than 2 months to finish reading all the information that Longlan thought would take her 100 years to finish. When he was done, he let out a long breath. So that's how it is. The Jiao warrior civilization was actually quite limited. As far as he knew, apart from the 4 universal civilizations centered around the 4 zodiac palaces, no other civilizations had been discovered. The people of the Jiao warrior civilization had tried to explore more distant areas of nothingness, but they discovered that there was a powerful space storm at the edge of the civilizations, which surrounded the 4 universal civilizations and isolated them from the outside world. Therefore, the Jiao warrior civilization was actually a small, isolated civilization. In the Great Beginning Realm, it was like an inconspicuous speck of dust, staying in a corner. The real mainstream civilization was still the ancient martial civilization that Su Yu was in. Understanding this, Su Yu heaved a long sigh of relief. He used to think that the civilization he was in was the isolated, backward civilization. Now, it seemed that to be precise, the civilization that had gone in the wrong direction was the Jiao warrior civilization. However, why did the Jiao warrior civilization develop in the direction of mechas? Chapter 2018. Regarding the origin of the Jiao warrior civilization, all of the information was ambiguous, making it impossible for anyone to grasp it. It was like whether the chicken came before the egg, or the egg came before the chicken. However, there was a reason for everything. The appearance of the mechas was definitely not a coincidence. There must be an invisible hand controlling it. The biggest suspect should be the Zodiac Palace, the highest ruler of the civilization system. Knock, knock. While Su Yu was thinking, Yiming Shen knocked on his door for the first time in 2 months. What's the matter? I've booked a ticket for you on the Epoch. It will depart in about a year and a month. The whole journey will take 5 years. Su Yu did not frown. 5 years was quite a short time. However, he did not complain. The journey back from the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce was limited to the Zodiac Palace of the Rain Fairy, and it had taken 3 years. Now that he was going to cross the civilization system, 5 years could be considered a short time. When he opened the door, Yiming Shen was standing outside. She was wearing a simple white dress, and her soft long hair was draped over her back. Her delicate skin was slightly flushed. Su Yu felt like he had returned to the past and met a modern beauty. Thank you. Su Yu took the ticket from her hand. You've been reading for 2 months. Don't you want to rest? Yiming Shen said. Even martial artists pay attention to the balance of work and rest, right? It's not too late to read later. He had not finished reading at all. There was no need to continue reading. Moreover, the actual reading experience was not 2 months, but 100 years. She had underestimated the physical qualities of martial artists. Then relax for a while. Can you let me study your warship? Su Yu asked. After 100 years of reading, he was quite interested in the warships of the Jiao warrior civilization. The power of the warships might not be satisfactory, But the ability and speed to travel through the void was something the ancient martial civilization did not possess. If he could bring back a few warships, traveling through the void would undoubtedly be much faster. Yi Mingxian smiled. Just in time, the commander has something to talk to you about. Him? Su Yu nodded slightly, vaguely understanding the commander's intention. Just in time, there is something that I can't find in the information. I also want to ask the commander. In the military camp, the commander Long Lan and her assistant were discussing some military secrets. Only the two of them were present. The other three important deputy commanders were nowhere to be seen. Mr. Su is here, please sit down. Long Lan said politely. Su Yu said, Commander, did you summon me here for something? Yi Mingxian sat down beside him. No one knew when she had put on her military uniform, but she looked very solemn. I invited Mr. Su here to discuss a major military event with you. Su Yu was surprised. It was a secret military meeting, but only Yi Mingxian was present. The other three deputy commanders did not come. He glanced at Yi Mingxian, and the latter smiled faintly with a profound meaning. Su Yu was slightly surprised. He had already gotten rid of 3 deputy commanders. It had only been 2 months. This woman's methods were indeed not bad. I am indebted to the great commander for trusting me. If you feel that there is a need to let me know, feel free to tell me. This is what happened. We learned a very important piece of information from Zhong Xian. The ancient ruins excavated by the Star Alliance Commerce Chamber of Commerce are most likely the ruins of your ancient martial arts civilization. Su Yu was slightly moved. How could there be relics of the ancient martial civilization in the Jiaowu civilization? The ruins are very dangerous. The power of the Jiaowu civilization cannot open them at all. They are all blocked outside. I hope that Mr. Su can help us open the ruins. Su Yu shook his head lightly. I am running out of time. I am sorry. There was only a year left before the epoch set sail. It would take at least 3 years to reach the ruins. That is a pity. I think that the ruins were designed for the ancient martial civilization. You are probably the only one who can enter it. Su Yu had reservations about this. The commander did not understand the hierarchy of the Jiaowu civilization. Perhaps he had overestimated Su Yu. According to Zhong Xian, even the pathmasters who entered the ruins would not be able to return, unless the pathmasters here were like them, with a longer lifespan than ordinary people and no martial arts. I have one more thing to ask of Mr. Su. I hope that Mr. Su can help us. Su Yu said, Go ahead. Mr. Su, can you teach us some basic martial arts training methods? The commander said. When I was in the ancient martial civilization, I used to train. But for some reason, after I came back, all of my memories disappeared. My cultivation also disappeared. So, I always thought it was a dream. Is there such a thing? Su Yu was confused. They might find it hard to understand the disappearance of their memories and cultivation, but how could a martial artist not know what was going on? His memories were erased, and his cultivation was destroyed. A faint light flashed in Su Yu's eyes. He said calmly, I can teach you the basic martial arts methods. But, even if I teach you the more profound martial arts, I am afraid you will not be able to understand it. You will need to develop it yourself. The commander and Yi Mingxian were excited. Even the most basic martial arts were the ability to fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. If this spread, the impact on the Jiaowu civilization would be unimaginable. Don't be so quick to thank me. In exchange for teaching you the basic martial arts, I need 100 warships that can fly in the void. How big? The Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce has tens of thousands of warships. The commander thought for a moment. 100 warships was not a small number for the Eastern Battle Zone. It was equivalent to 1/10 of a battle team. But, compared to teaching them the martial arts, it was not worth mentioning. I agree. I will gather them for you within a year. Su Yu nodded and said, There is something I want to ask you, Commander. I hope you can answer me. Go ahead. Su Yu's eyes shone with a profound light. I have read all the books of the 4 civilizations, but none of them mentioned the Nirvana and the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Not even their names appeared. Can you tell me why? The commander was surprised. The Nirvana and the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce are rather secretive organizations. They are not willing to let outsiders know about them. From what I know, the ancient martial civilization also has many similar forces that manipulate the situation on the surface. Su Yu's eyes were sharp. He said calmly, then you must not know that in the ancient martial civilization, there are also two organizations, the Nirvana and the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. What? The commander and Yi Mingxian were both shocked. Two organizations that spanned across two different civilizations? How is that possible? The commander said. So, I want to hear what you know about the Nirvana and see if it is consistent with what I said, Su Yu said. The commander's face was solemn as he said slowly, our army is a direct force of the Nirvana. A high-level Nirvana is in charge of the 4 battlefields of the Yellow Palace of the Rain Deity. As far as I know, he believes in some kind of eagle totem and is very devout. However, that is only his own belief. Other than that, I do not know anything else. Su Yu's eyes shone. Nirvana, yes, but it did not seem like the style of the Nirvana. The real Nirvana would preach crazily at all costs, such as the leader of the moon-worshipping cult. The high-level Nirvana controlled a huge army. Why did they not turn the army into believers? Was it because they could not? It was not like the moon-worshipping cult was forcibly established when the Dark Moon civilization was in such a difficult situation. How could it be possible that everything was ready now? Could it be that they did not dare? What was there that the Nirvana feared so much that they did not even dare to preach? Then, is the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce good at business and controlling most of the economic lifelines of the 4 civilizations? The commander shook his head slightly. As far as I know, the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce is a chamber of commerce in name, but in fact, it is not good at doing business. Mr. Su, why do you ask? As expected. Even the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce was extremely restrained. With the greed of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce, even a 2-star civilization full of war would persevere in setting up a black market, let alone the 4 great civilizations. What was especially suspicious was that since the Nirvana and the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce had not extended their reach, where did the wealth they each supported such a huge army come from? There was only one answer, which was to obtain it from other places. In other words, the Nirvana and the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce maintained continuous contact with the outside world. However, they were hiding and did not reveal their existence. It was as if they were afraid of the same thing or person. Su Yu suddenly felt that he was surrounded by a dense crowd of eyes, watching him invisibly. This made him think that agreeing to teach the basics of martial arts might have been a little hasty. Since the Nirvana and the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce had contact with the outside world, why did they not inherit any martial arts? Perhaps they had noticed some taboo. Mr. Su, did you find anything wrong? Long Lan asked nervously. Su Yu's lips squirmed. He wanted to tell them the truth, but after looking at him and then at Yi Mingxian, he silently withdrew his words and said calmly, it's nothing. Maybe it's someone with the same name. Rather than making them anxious, it was better to be ignorant. Then the teaching of martial arts. Long Lan said expectantly. Su Yu said calmly, it will be held as scheduled. After the conversation, Yi Mingxian accompanied Su Yu home. Along the way, she asked about the various ancient martial civilizations. She was amazed and fascinated by them. The surprise and expectation on her face did not diminish for a moment. When they returned to the front of the villa, a luxurious mecha car was parked in front of it. A fashionable young man dressed in expensive clothes was waiting in front of the villa with a bouquet of flowers in his hand. Behind him were all strong and well-built bodyguards in uniform. Seeing that Yi Mingxian had returned, the young man stepped forward and smiled warmly. Mingxian, welcome back safely. Yi Mingxian frowned slightly. Without looking at the flowers, she said calmly, I appreciate your kindness. Is there anything else? For the past 3 years, I have been worried about you. When I heard that you were back, I immediately rushed over from the west side. Mingxian, don't you understand my feelings for you? The young man said softly. Yi Mingxian showed a look of disgust. Enough. If you continue to pester me, I will immediately punish you for disturbing the military affairs of the Eastern War Zone. Get lost. Yi Mingxian hated him very much. The young man's expression remained the same. He said stubbornly, Mingxian, I have sacrificed for you for so many years. Have you never been touched? Yi Mingxian snorted and shook her head. Ridiculous. Get out of the way. She parted the crowd and opened the door of the villa. She turned her head and said, Mr. Su, come in. Chapter 2019. Stop right there. The two bodyguards behind the youth blocked the way. The youth put down the bouquet and looked Su Yu up and down, revealing a smile. My name is Chen Tianqing, from the Rain Fairy civilization, the son of the Western War commander. Are you Mingxuan's new bodyguard? Bodyguard? Su Yu looked at his relatively strange attire, thought for a moment, then said, sort of. Do you have any advice for me? Chen Tianqing said, as a bodyguard, you should first examine your own position and identity. Don't do anything beyond your capabilities, understand? For example, you shouldn't have entered Mingxuan's villa. Moreover, you stayed there for 2 months. Chen Tianqing's face flickered with anger. It turned out that Yi Mingxuan's villa was constantly being watched by Chen Tianqing's people. 2 months ago, Su Yu had entered Yi Mingxuan's villa and hadn't come out since. Chen Tianqing knew about this. Oh, Su Yu said indifferently. The grim expression on Chen Tianqing's face grew darker and darker as he shouted coldly, so, if you still want to live, then scram right now, immediately. Chen Tianqing. Yi Mingxian pulled out a sword-shaped laser gun and aimed it at Chen Tianqing's head. If you say one more word, I'll send you on your way. You should know me. I mean what I say. Hearing this, Chen Tianqing's gloomy face stiffened slightly. Yi Mingxian had always been a man of her word. If she said this, she would really blow his head off. Chen Tianqing's body stiffened, not daring to move. Mr. Su, please come over, Yi Mingxian said. Su Yu glanced at Chen Tianqing, then passed through the crowd expressionlessly and entered the villa. Only then did Yi Mingxian put away her laser gun, coldly saying, I don't want to see you ever again. Remember my words. Chen Tianqing's expression was grave. Yi Mingxian, tell me the truth. What is your relationship with this person? Yi Mingxian paused for a moment, not saying a word. She grabbed Su Yu's arm, tiptoed, and pressed her red lips against Su Yu's cheek. Do you still want to ask? This scene caused Chen Tianqing's face to turn ashen. He had long felt that their relationship was unusual. With Yi Mingxuan's conservative nature, there was no way she would let an ordinary man enter her villa and stay there for 2 months. This kind of cohabitation was enough to explain the problem. Yi Mingxuan's actions crushed the last shred of hope in Chen Tianqing's heart. It was said that this man was brought back by Yi Mingxian. It was very likely that he had captured Yi Mingxuan's heart, and the two of them had already developed a cohabitation relationship. Thinking about how the goddess he had painstakingly pursued for several years was occupied by a stranger, he felt an indescribable anger in his heart. He stared at Su Yu viciously, but didn't say anything. Instead, he jumped into the luxurious mecha car and left. The bodyguards behind him took out their runes and summoned their mechas to chase after them. After they walked far away, Yi Mingxian held onto Su Yu's arm, and it was only when they entered the house that she let go of him. She then said, I'm sorry. Thank you. What are you apologizing for? What are you thanking me for? I'm sorry that I used you as a shield to get rid of him. I'm thankful that you gave me face by not killing him. Yi Mingxian aimed the gun at Chen Tianqing, not to save Su Yu, but to save him. With Su Yu's abilities, he could probably kill Chen Tianqing 100 times over with just a glance. Su Yu calmly said, You don't have to thank me. But don't let me get involved in the conflict between you two. It won't happen again. Yi Mingxuan's heart skipped a beat. She could sense Su Yu's displeasure. Her kiss had not made this strong martial artist from the ancient martial civilization feel a shred of joy. Instead, he was very unhappy. I'm sorry. I promise there won't be a next time. Yi Mingxian was actually a little disappointed. She had once thought that she wouldn't be emotionally affected by any man. That was because there was no man in this world who was worthy of her respect. But just now. Su Yu's words made her feel indescribably complicated. There was an indescribable sense of loss in her heart. In his eyes, she was indeed nothing, just like when they had first met, but we are not in a relationship. If it were any other man, Yi Mingxian wouldn't have bothered to explain. But in front of Su Yu, she didn't want Su Yu to misunderstand. She said, "He is the son of the highest commander of the Western Battle Zone. He has an extraordinary status and has pursued me for a long time. But I have never agreed to him. Please believe me on this." Su Yu calmly said, "Oh." He was curious as to why Yi Mingxian would explain to him. He didn't care at all whether she had agreed or not. Looking at Su Yu's cold reaction, Yi Mingxian felt even more disappointed. She said, "The reason why I don't want him to die in your hands is not because of our relationship. It is because of his identity. He can't die in the Eastern Battle Zone. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome. The 4 great battle zones of the Yellow Path Palace of the Rain Deity are not harmonious with each other, especially the Eastern and Western battle zones. They are competitors. Whoever has the upper hand in the war against the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce will receive more resources and support from the Supreme Ruler of the Nirvana Realm. All these years, the Western Battle Zone has always had the upper hand. It has proposed many times to merge the Eastern and Western Battle Zones to form a comprehensive battle zone. At first, the Supreme Ruler was opposed to it. But recently, he has been considering it carefully and seems to be on the verge of agreeing. With the Western Battle Zone's leading performance, there is no doubt that the Supreme Commander of the Comprehensive Battle Zone will be the current Supreme Commander of the Western Battle Zone. Long Lan will undoubtedly be excluded. Now, if the son of the Western Battle Zone's Supreme Commander dies in our Eastern Battle Zone, I think the Supreme Ruler of the Nirvana Realm will have more reason to appoint him as the Supreme Commander." After listening to the cause and effect, Su Yu was expressionless. There was competition everywhere, and no place was an exception. "Don't worry. If he doesn't provoke me again, I won't bother him," Su Yu said. Would an elephant carefully search for an ant in the grass? Obviously not. Yi Mingxian heaved a sigh of relief. Even if Chen Tianqing wanted to cause trouble for Su Yu, he probably didn't have the ability to do so. He might be able to summon the wind and summon the rain in the Western Battle Zone, but in the Eastern Battle Zone, there was no power that he could rely on. It was a pity that she had underestimated Chen Tianqing's determination. 3 days later, when Yi Mingxian was actively preparing for the teaching of the martial path, a sudden piece of news disrupted her rhythm. "Deputy Commander Yi, the Supreme Commander has asked for you. It's an urgent matter." It was Long Lan's assistant, Qiao Long. Yi Mingxian looked at Su Yu's tightly shut door and said, "Okay, I'll set off immediately." In the military camp, Long Lan's face was gloomy. "Supreme Commander, what's the matter?" Yi Mingxian asked. Long Lan didn't say a word. She just handed him the latest dispatch from the Eastern Battle Zone. The dispatch was a widely disseminated platform. It was similar to the newspapers on Earth. Any news could be made known to the public immediately. Yi Mingxuan's expression changed as she glanced at it. Chen Tianqing was assassinated in the Eastern Battle Zone's bar, and one of his arms was blown off. She was deeply surprised and exclaimed, "How could such a thing happen? The bodyguards around him are all the best in the Western Battle Zone. It's impossible for anyone to kill Chen Tianqing." Continue reading. As she read, Yi Mingxuan's expression changed again. She said angrily, "Shameless." The dispatch said that, according to the description of Chen Tianqing and his bodyguards, the assassin was a silver-haired youth. It even projected his image. It was Su Yu. Others might not know, but Yi Mingxian did. For the past 3 days, Su Yu had been in her villa and hadn't left at all. How could he have gone to assassinate Chen Tianqing? Moreover, if Su Yu wanted to kill Chen Tianqing, did he need to assassinate him? Moreover, the assassination had failed. If Su Yu really wanted to kill him, none of the 10,000 Chen Tianqings could escape. "Supreme Commander, this is slander." "I can testify," Yi Mingxian said. Long Lan said, "If you can testify, can you change the direction of the Western Battle Zone's Supreme Commander's plane?" Yi Mingxuan's eyes flickered. She said seriously, "The Western Battle Zone's Supreme Commander is coming to the Eastern Battle Zone?" To seek justice for his son. Yes, in name. But in reality, we all know why, Longlan said in a low voice. Yi Mingxian naturally understood. It was to create momentum, to make the Eastern Battle Zone's Supreme Commander lower his head in front of him, and to create momentum for him to ascend to the throne of the Integrated Battle Zone's Supreme Commander in the future. The other party had published this news on the dispatch to attract everyone's attention. Damn it. That despicable Chen Tianqing. I dare to bet that even though his arm was cut off, he must have a way to recover it, Yi Mingxian said. Longlan's eyes were filled with anxiety. She pretended to be calm and said, now, who is in the right and who is in the wrong is not important. What's important is how to suppress the momentum. She paused, then said quietly, in your opinion, how about inviting Mr. Su to appear? No. Yi Mingxian rejected on the spot. She said calmly, based on my understanding of him, he can't be considered cold, but he is definitely not kind. If he knew that Chen Tianqing slandered him like this, I think Chen Tianqing might really die in our Eastern Battle Zone. Longlan immediately became alert and realized the seriousness of the matter. If Chen Tianqing really died in the Eastern Battle Zone, the situation would be even worse than it was now. Supreme Commander, an urgent message from the Western Battle Zone's Supreme Commander. Qiao Long handed over an important piece of information. Longlan took it and looked at it. Her already gloomy face became even gloomier. So fast. The urgent message said that the Western Battle Zone's Supreme Commander would arrive in the Eastern Battle Zone in 5 days. Yi Mingxian said coldly, it's obvious that he's prepared. The Western Battle Zone's military camp is at least a month's journey from here. Unless the Supreme Commander goes to the border 3 days in advance, he can only arrive in 5 days. The father and son have a good plan. They want to get both the man and the money. Longlan looked at Yi Mingxian calmly. On the one hand, it was to force Longlan to lower his head and punish the murderer. On the other hand, it was to force Yi Mingxian to agree to Chen Tianqing's proposal. Dream on. Yi Mingxian spat out coldly. However, she had no idea what to do at the moment. If the Western Battle Zone's Supreme Commander came, she would not only have to face the Supreme Commander alone, but also the public. If she didn't handle it carefully, the Eastern Battle Zone's reputation would be tarnished. You should go back first. Tomorrow, gather all the generals in the army and discuss this matter urgently, Longlan said. Yi Mingxian nodded and returned to the villa with a heavy heart. She looked at Su Yu's tightly shut door and hesitated to knock on it. No matter what, she couldn't let him know about what had happened today. Chapter 2020. The next day, Yi Mingxian quietly left the villa and headed to the military camp. Other than Yi Mingxian, there were 3 new faces. They were all generals under Yi Mingxuan's command. They replaced the 3 former deputy commanders. Many of the generals present were also replaced. More than half of them were elite soldiers under Yi Mingxuan's command. It could be said that all the higher-ups in the military camp had become Yi Mingxuan's people. Without a doubt, she had taken many actions in the past 2 months. She had sent 3 of her former colleagues to prison and replaced many of her trusted subordinates. The commander-in-chief, Longlan, had tacitly approved of this. The 3 deputy commanders had caused an entire battle team to fall into an ambush. This had seriously violated his bottom line. It was fine to fight for power, but to use such unscrupulous methods was unacceptable. I believe you all know what happened? Longlan asked. The 3 new deputy commanders had heavy hearts. How could they not know what had happened? They had just taken office and encountered such a thing. They didn't know if they should be happy or sad. What suggestions do you have? Let's brainstorm, Longlan said. The 3 new deputy commanders offered their suggestions. They considered military affairs, connections, and all sorts of foreign aid. They gave valuable suggestions. However, Longlan's expression remained unchanged and she remained silent. Longlan had considered all the suggestions last night. However, in the end, none of them were suitable. The enemy had come with great momentum. Normal strategies couldn't stop them. In the end, he looked at Yi Mingxian who hadn't said a word. Do you have any ideas? Longlan wanted to hear Yi Mingxuan's plan the most. As the goddess of war of the Eastern War Zone, she had one night to think. She might be able to come up with a plan that others couldn't. Yi Mingxian looked around. I have a plan, but I don't know if the commander-in-chief dares to carry it out. Hearing the murderous intent in her words, Long Lan glanced at Xiaolong. The latter understood and activated absolute defense. A visible layer of light enveloped the entire tent. Not only could the information outside not be transmitted out, but the information inside could also not be transmitted to the outside. Speak. Yi Mingxian said calmly, extraordinary measures must be taken. Instead of waiting for death and being slowly nibbled to death by the boiling frog in warm water, why don't you take drastic measures? Hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. Were they preparing to assassinate the commander-in-chief of the Western War Zone? Long Lan's pupils constricted and her heart shuddered. No wonder she was the goddess of battles. Only she could come up with such a strategy. He didn't reject it immediately. Instead, he fell into deep thought. In fact, he had thought of this plan before. The chances of the commander-in-chief of the Western Theater of Operations becoming the commander-in-chief of the Comprehensive Theater of Operations were much higher than his. At that time, would he still be able to tolerate Long Lan, the commander-in-chief of the Eastern War Zone, who used to be on equal footing with him? The answer was no. When he was in power, he would definitely try his best to suppress him and his trusted subordinates, and finally push them out of the core of the Comprehensive War Zone. This was the best outcome. If he was vicious enough, at the very least, Long Lan would die, and it would be difficult for Yi Mingxian to survive. All the influential generals would be purged with blood. With the personality of the ruler of Nirvana, he might not care about their lives at all. The future was predictable, so why not take the opportunity to get rid of the commander-in-chief of the Western Theater of Operations? Does anyone have any objections? The expressions of the generals changed drastically. If they failed, it would lead to a war between the Eastern and Western battlefields. If the ruler of Nirvana found out, they would all be executed. Seeing that many of them were still hoping for luck, Yi Mingxian said in a low voice, "Do you think that there will be a place for you when the commander-in-chief of the Western Theater of Operations is in power in the future? He is already kind enough to leave the military. However, I think you all know what kind of person the commander-in-chief of the 4 battlefields is." Hearing this, everyone's heart pounded again. His personality could only be described as cruel. He was extremely cruel to his enemies. In the past, he successfully captured 80 million soldiers from the GAL Chamber of Commerce. But what was their fate? No matter how the GAL Chamber of Commerce tried to negotiate, the commander-in-chief of the Western Theater of Operations dragged them to a small abandoned civilization without hesitation. Then, he detonated the civilization and blew everyone into pieces. His cruel nature was completely exposed. In the future, when everyone here became his enemy, one could imagine what would happen to them. I pledge my life to follow the commander-in-chief. Finally, they made up their minds. Soon, all the generals present expressed their opinions. Under Long Lan's leadership, they signed the contract. If anyone leaked the secret, the contract would automatically destroy them. Deputy Commander-in-Chief Yi, tell us your specific arrangement. Yi Mingxian said. Yi Mingxuan's eyes lit up. We will go all out and annihilate the other party. However, I guess that the other party might have predicted that we might assassinate him, so he will definitely be on guard. There are 3 ways that he will be on guard. The first is to have a large number of troops follow him and protect him along the way. The second is that he might change his route midway, making it impossible for us to track his whereabouts. However, in order to conceal his movements, he will definitely bring very few troops with him. To deal with these 2 possibilities, I have set up 2 plans. First, I will lead the Black Star team to ambush him along his original route and annihilate him. Second, the 3 deputy commander-in-chief will spread out their troops and ambush him along the route that he might appear. After listening to her analysis, everyone had a general idea. They could not help but secretly praise Yi Mingxuan's wisdom and her godlike strategy. Long Lan said, immediately set up the plan and kill the other party. Yes. The Eastern Theater of Operations was forced to fight with their backs to the wall. 3 days later, The Black Star team led by Yi Mingxian indeed found the Western Theater of Operations Commander-in-Chief's army along the route that they had to pass. The number of troops on the other side was about an entire team. Yi Mingxian was puzzled. They had really gone along the original route. Was the Western Theater of Operations Commander-in-Chief really not worried that the Eastern Theater of Operations would take a risk? However, no matter what, they had to be annihilated before they reached the military camp of the Eastern Theater of Operations. If they were killed now, they could frame the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. If they were killed then, they would be openly looking down on the ruler of Nirvana. Seeing that most of the other party had entered her attack range, Yi Mingxian secretly contacted the strong fighters hidden in the various civilizations. She said in a low voice, "Everyone, get ready." However, at this moment, an indifferent voice entered his ears without any warning. "If I were you, I would consider the third possibility. This is a conspiracy against the entire Eastern Theater of Operations from the very beginning." Yi Mingxuan's body suddenly stiffened. She was almost frightened. "Mr. Su." She looked around in shock but did not see Su Yu. "Where are you?" "On your shoulder." "What?" Yi Mingxian looked at her shoulders in shock. However, there was clearly nothing there. Just as she was in shock, a speck of dust appeared on her right shoulder. It continued to expand until it finally became a real person. Ah! Even though Yi Mingxian had mentally prepared herself for Su Yu's methods, she was still shocked. When were you on my shoulder?" Su Yu calmly said. "It was probably before you left the villa, when you were changing clothes." You looked at my body again?" Yi Mingxuan's face turned red as she cried out in shock. She glared at Su Yu in shame and anger. "This fellow. That. Deputy Commander Yi, the communication device is still on." Suddenly, the voice of her female assistant sounded from the communication device in her hand. She was in another civilization and had used the communication device to remind her. Hearing this, Yi Mingxuan's heart thumped. She looked down at the communication device that was still on, her face flushed red. Did that mean that the generals under her had heard their conversation just now? Cough cough, Deputy Commander Yi, we didn't hear anything. Speaking of which, it's not wrong for Deputy Commander Yi to find a man. The mutterings from the communication device made Yi Mingxian want to find a hole in the ground to hide in and never come out again. She had actually embarrassed herself in front of the entire army. Only when the alarm sounded beside her did Yi Mingxian come back to her senses. She immediately regained her composure and said, "The Western Battle Commander's team is about to arrive. Everyone, get ready." Su Yu calmly said, "Didn't I ask you to use your brain again? This is a conspiracy. Immediately order your army to cease all activities. Do not mobilize your troops." What right do you have to order me around?" Yi Mingxuan's face turned slightly red in front of the entire army. She did not want others to think that she was being controlled by a man. Su Yu nonchalantly said, "Then you can start the war." Yi Mingxian struggled in her heart. This was her only chance to eliminate the Western Battle Commander. If she missed it, she would not have another chance. In the past, Yi Mingxian would have attacked without hesitation. But now, after struggling for a long time, she ordered, "Wait for orders for now." She then turned off the communication device. The generals hidden in various locations were speechless. Some were shocked, some sighed, and some were regretful. What the? There really is a man who can conquer Yi Mingxian. Sigh, our goddess has fallen into the hands of another man. Hihi, I no longer have to dream of marrying the goddess of war. On the other side, Yi Mingxuan's face was still red. She averted her gaze and asked, "Tell me your reason." Su Yu said, "My reason is, if I were the Western Battle Commander, I would be sitting in the Western Battle Commander's camp right now. I would station my troops at the border and wait for my army to be annihilated in the Eastern Battle Commander. Then I would have a good reason to start a war between the two areas. Finally, I would alert the ruler of the Nirvana realm. I would laugh as the Eastern Battle Commander, who provoked me first, was wiped out. The Western Battle Commander would then effortlessly take over the Eastern Battle Commander. That's about it. Do you need me to explain in detail?" Yi Mingxuan's back was covered in cold sweat. She stammered, Don't say it. I'll think about it myself." This guess was too bold. But it was precisely because of this boldness that there was a possibility of success. Others might not have the guts to sacrifice an entire team, but what kind of person was the Western Battle Commander? Would he care about the lives of his soldiers? Chapter 2021. Thinking of this, Yi Mingxian shuddered. She reactivated her communication device and said solemnly, "Retreat. Take a detour." 3 days later, the army sped up and returned to the military camp. Half a day later, the army from the Western War Zone arrived as scheduled. However, just as Su Yu had predicted, the commander of the Western War Zone was not in the ship, but his assistant. Yi Mingxian was secretly shocked. That was close. The commander asked, "Where is your commander?" The assistant said, "The commander had something to do and returned to the military camp. He asked me to inform Commander Long that Chen Tianqing was assassinated and ask for an explanation." Long Lan was also secretly worried. Fortunately, Su Yu had appeared in time. Otherwise, he would have fallen into the old man's trap. He was about to reject the request when Su Yu's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. "Why don't you suggest that the two commanders hold an alliance meeting at the border to discuss this matter together?" Long Lan glanced at Su Yu out of the corner of his eye. "Thanks to Su Yu, I was saved. Does he have a new plan?" After pondering for a moment, he said, "You want an explanation? Sure. We'll hold an alliance meeting at the border in 10 days. The assistant did not expect this. He hurriedly left the crowd and asked for instructions from the Western War Zone's commander. In the faraway Western War Zone, at the border, in the military camp, the camp near the other 3 battle teams of the Western War Zone was packed with soldiers who were ready to go. Inside the camp, the commander of the Western War Zone, Chen Huang, had a sharp look in his eyes. The deputy commanders and generals were suffocating. "I overestimated Long Lan's courage and the goddess of war. I'm really disappointed that she did not choose to take the risk," Chen Huang said calmly. The other commanders were also very regretful. They had used this incident to put great pressure on the Eastern War Zone and create the illusion that they were going to attack the city. They wanted to make the Eastern War Zone feel uneasy and make a desperate move. However, they could not attack the battle teams that had entered the Eastern War Zone, so they could not have a good reason to attack. At that moment, Chen Huang suddenly received an urgent message from his assistant. After reading it, Chen Huang was lost in thought. What is Long Lan's intention in proposing the border meeting? He could not understand how a meeting between the two sides would benefit Long Lan in any way. On the contrary, Emperor Chen would be able to overwhelm the other party with his imposing manner and gain a greater advantage in a face-to-face negotiation. "I agree to the meeting," Emperor Chen said decisively after a brief moment of consideration. Eastern Battle Zone. After receiving a positive reply, Long Lan's assistant Qiao Long and the assistant of the commander-in-chief of the Western Theater of Operations finalized a detailed plan. The two sides agreed to go to the border 10 days later to negotiate. The next day, Long Lan, Yi Mingxian, and the 2 great battle teams headed to the Western Battle Zone with great momentum. Su Yu also traveled with them. "Why did you request a meeting between the commanders of both sides?" Yi Mingxian asked curiously on the way. Su Yu smiled and said, "You will know when the time comes." After a boring march, they finally arrived at the border of the Eastern War Zone on the 10th day. Both sides sent their respective delegations to the civilization talks, which served as the dividing line. Emperor Chen and the delegation arrived first. They sat down calmly on the civilized plains. Long Lan and the others followed closely behind. "Commander Long, it's been a while." Emperor Chen shook hands with him with a smile as if nothing had happened between them. Long Lan was also calm. "Long time no see. Your body is as good as ever." The two of them looked like they were shaking hands, but they were actually competing in secret. "Please take a seat," Long Lan said. After both parties had taken their seats, Emperor Chen wiped away the smile on his face and revealed a hint of coldness. His expression changed quickly. "Commander Long, my son was assassinated in your Eastern War Zone. What kind of explanation are you going to give me?" Behind him was Chen Tianqing, who had lost an arm. His face was full of grief. When he glanced at Su Yu and Yi Mingxian, who was sitting next to him, anger flashed in his eyes. Longland said calmly, "According to our investigation, although there was a disturbance in the tavern, it was not Mr. Su from the Eastern War Zone who attacked him. Apart from Chen Tianqing and his bodyguards, there is no evidence to prove that it was Mr. Su who did it." Emperor Chen snorted coldly. What a joke! As the son of the great commander of the Western War Zone, would you slander an ordinary person for no reason? Longlan chuckled. Haha, Mr. Su is not an ordinary person. To tell you the truth, he is a powerful martial artist from the ancient martial civilization. Hearing that, Emperor Chen Tianqing, and the generals of the Western War Zone were all stunned. A martial artist from the ancient martial civilization? Is he special? Can he prove that he is innocent? Emperor Chen asked 3 questions in a row. Longlan smiled, but did not speak again. Su Yu sat still and calmly said, "If I wanted to assassinate your son, even 10,000 of him would be reduced to ashes. How could I only lose an arm and return in failure?" Emperor Chen did not even look at him. Instead, he looked at Longlan and said, "Commander Long, when the 2 commanders are talking, it is better for irrelevant people to not interrupt. In my opinion, it is better for Commander Chen to show some respect to Mr. Chen." Haha, is that so? Emperor Chen did not even bother to look at Su Yu. He was showing his toughness. Su Yu smiled calmly. Of course. Su Yu did not move, but panic suddenly appeared on Emperor Chen's face. His head turned uncontrollably toward Su Yu, and he was forced to look at Su Yu with his eyes. I think that looking into someone's eyes when they are talking to you is the most basic form of courtesy, Su Yu said calmly. Emperor Chen was shocked and asked, "What did you do? Is this the latest weapon developed by the Eastern War Zone? It could actually force a person's body to move against his will. You can think of it that way, but I prefer to call it a divine technique," Su Yu said. At that moment, Emperor Chen felt the invisible force dissipate, but he did not dare to underestimate this so-called martial artist anymore. "That doesn't prove that your little divine technique could easily kill my son." Emperor Chen knew what had happened to his son's injuries, but no matter what, he had to insist that it was Su Yu who had done it. Su Yu's eyes were calm as he asked, "Then what kind of divine technique do you think would be able to kill your son?" Emperor Chen chuckled. "At least something like the 5-blow thunderstruck technique?" The generals behind him burst out laughing. "What martial artist from the ancient martial arts civilization? I've never heard of it. I have no idea what it is. Just a little trick, and I thought I was some kind of god." Even with the abilities of the ancient martial arts civilization, they were unable to interfere with natural thunderbolts, let alone a weird-looking man. Su Yu was not angered. Instead, he said with nostalgia, "I haven't used thunderbolts for a long time, so I'm a little rusty. I don't know the 5-blow thunderstruck technique, but I do know a little of the divine techniques that are similar." He sat firmly in his seat, raised his hand to the sky, and snapped his fingers. Calmly, he said, "Thunder, come." Boom. Boom. All of a sudden, the sky above the entire civilization was covered by a thick layer of dark clouds. The sky, which had been sunny just a moment ago, turned dark in an instant. Bolts of purple, red, and black thunderbolts flashed continuously in the layers of clouds, bursting forth with continuous thunderous roars. The deafening rumble shook everyone's eardrums. The mighty power of the heavens made everyone present scream in terror, as if their civilization was about to be destroyed. The timid one's legs had already turned to jelly, and they could no longer sit still, sliding down from their seats. Even Longlan and the others on their side were frightened by the destructive power of the heavens, and their hearts were filled with fear. Was that really humanly possible? Even though Yi Mingxian had mentally prepared herself, she was still deeply shocked, and her eyes were filled with longing. Was this the true power of a martial artist? He could command the divine thunder of heaven and earth with just a glance. Run, quickly. Among the generals behind Emperor Chen, some of the more timid ones finally could not bear the psychological pressure, and they screamed as they turned to flee. Even Emperor Chen's heart trembled, and he could not help but tremble all over. He wanted to escape. Boom. 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 Right at that moment, tens of thousands of thunderbolts descended in a straight line, densely packed, and dazzling the entire world. All that was left in everyone's eyes was the inextinguishable thunderbolts that filled the sky, and the scorching aura of the earth that had been destroyed by the thunderbolts. A moment later, all the thunderbolts had fallen. The sky regained its brightness, and the entire world was unprecedentedly quiet. Other than the sizzling sounds coming from the scorched earth, there was no other noise. Everyone was petrified on the spot. Because what appeared before their eyes was a terrifying scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Other than 1,000 feet around them, as far as the eye could see, everything had been blasted into smithereens by the thunderbolts. The entire ground had been blasted into a depth of 1,000 feet. All they could see were burning broken branches and withered leaves, and the pungent scorching aura. You are a god." Emperor Chen stood up, trembling. He looked at Su Yu with eyes full of endless fear. Long Lan and the others were also trembling, and they revered Su Yu as if he were a god. Su Yu stood up slowly, and said calmly, "Using a cheap word like god to describe me is a little rude. The realm of a true god was probably as insignificant as a speck of dust compared to the realm of an emperor." He looked at Chen Tianqing, who was trembling all over. With just a glance, Chen Tianqing could no longer stand, and he fell to his knees with a thud. "Now, do you still think I will fail to assassinate you?" Su Yu asked with his hands behind his back. Everyone knew that there was no need to assassinate Chen Tianqing. Even if he hid among thousands of soldiers and horses, a single word from Su Yu could still turn him into ashes. "Father, save me." At that moment, Chen Tianqing had lost all of his arrogance and condescension. With a hoarse and trembling voice, he begged Emperor Chen for help. However, Emperor Chen was also trembling all over. He reached out to Su Yu with a trembling hand, and said, Mr. Su, please don't take it to heart." Su Yu put his hands behind his back, and he had no intention of shaking hands with him. How could he be worthy of shaking hands with Su Yu? "What if I take it to heart?" Su Yu asked coldly. Emperor Chen's heart trembled. He turned to look at his son and said, "Tianqing, apologize to Mr. Su." Chapter 2022. Emperor Chen's heart sank as he asked, "Mr. Su, what do you want?" Su Yu looked at Chen Tianqing calmly and said, "Since you like to cut off your own arm so much, you can do it again." Hearing this, Chen Tianqing's face trembled. His arm had been cut off thanks to the advanced technology of the Western Battle Zone. It was painless and painless. Moreover, it could be reattached after a month without any side effects. How could he have the courage to cut off another arm right in front of him? If his arm couldn't be reattached in the future, he would be a cripple for the rest of his life. How could a playboy like him bear the pain of losing an arm? "Father." Chen Tianqing looked at Emperor Chen for help again. However, Emperor Chen's face was calm. He took out a laser knife and said, "Tianqing, you should pay the price for offending Mr. Su. Grit your teeth." Emperor Chen slashed with the long knife in his hand. A dazzling laser swept past and cut off Chen Tianqing's remaining right arm. "Ah!" Chen Tianqing screamed in pain, then fainted on the spot. "Take him away." Emperor Chen waved his hand. Immediately, soldiers carried Chen Tianqing away for emergency treatment. "Mr. Su, are you satisfied?" Emperor Chen bowed respectfully. Although Su Yu could clearly hear the endless hatred and murderous intent in Emperor Chen's heart, Emperor Chen didn't show any disrespect on his face. Su Yu turned around and looked at Long Lan and the others. "The matter has been resolved. Go back. I will teach the martial path before I leave." He didn't mean it, but the listener did. Emperor Chen asked, "Mr. Su, may I ask if the martial path is only taught to the Eastern Battle Zone?" "Yes, is there a problem?" Su Yu looked at him. Emperor Chen looked around and said, "What price did the Eastern Battle Zone pay to hire Mr. Su?" Hearing this, Long Lan and Yi Mingxuan's expressions changed slightly. However, since Su Yu was there, they couldn't refute him. 1,000 giant warships, Su Yu said calmly. Long Lan knew that this was bad. They had clearly offered Su Yu 100 warships. Su Yu was trying to raise the price, and he was leaning toward Emperor Chen's camp. Emperor Chen nodded to himself. If such a powerful god was willing to pass down his equally powerful martial arts, it was not impossible to exchange for 1,000 giant warships. Emperor Chen gritted his teeth and said, "We, the Western Theater of Operations, are willing to pay double the number of warships to invite Mr. Su to our Western Theater of Operations to teach martial art." Without giving Long Lan and the others a chance to speak, Su Yu said, "If the Western Battlefront wants me to impart the 5 paths to you, you'll need at least 10,000 giant warships." 10,000? Emperor Chen gasped. The number of battleships was almost 3/4 of what he had. "If you think it's too much, then forget it," Su Yu said indifferently, then turned around and left. Long Lan and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Su Yu didn't have any intention of sincerely teaching them the martial path. "If Mr. Su can guarantee that they have 1% of Mr. Su's strength just now, I will agree." However, Chen Huang was unusually decisive. He could see the terror of martial arts and divine arts, which were far more powerful than the system of force they had before. One person was comparable to hundreds of thousands of warships. If they could create more than 10 martial artists, then this deal would not be a loss. "I personally nurtured him. How could his strength only be 1/100th of mine? His strength is equal to mine." It wasn't difficult for Su Yu. All he had to do was select someone from among them who had reached the level of a 3-crown emperor and teach him some basic usage of the power, which would be much more powerful than the thunderbolt just now. "Really?" Emperor Chen was suddenly excited. "I agree. How about we sign the agreement now?" Su Yu said, "No problem." He walked into the camp of the Western Battlefront with a smile. Long Lan's pupils shrank. She hadn't expected this. Su Yu had obviously come to help them, but he had betrayed them at the last minute. It couldn't be said that he had betrayed them, but that he had joined the enemy's camp. Yi Mingxuan's heart trembled. She stared in disbelief at Su Yu's back as he signed the agreement with the other party. The tall figure in her mind was quickly becoming blurry. Is he really that kind of person? It turns out that I never understood him. Would he give up everything as long as the benefits were right? She thought back to the 2 months they had spent together. She thought back to everything that had happened between them, and she felt that everything was unreal. "Mr. Su, we have an agreement," Long Lan said hurriedly. If Su Yu taught the martial path to the Western Battlefront, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for the Eastern Battlefront. After Su Yu signed the agreement, he turned around and smiled. "I'm sorry, but Commander Chen's offer is better." Long Lan clenched her teeth and said anxiously in a low voice, "Deputy Commander Yi, please plead for him. You two are so close, is it okay?" "I don't think so." Yi Mingxuan's face was cold, and she regained her usual indifference. She said, "People strive for higher places, and water flows to lower places. Why should we force him?" She turned her head away and didn't look at Su Yu again. No one knew how lonely she felt at the moment. For a moment, she thought that she had fallen in love with someone. It turned out that it was just an illusion. Sadness, bitterness, disappointment. All kinds of emotions mixed together and filled her heart. The sense of fulfillment that she had gained from her wonderful experiences in the past 2 months had vanished in an instant. Deputy Commander Yi is still very understanding, hey. Su Yu smiled calmly and said, "Commander Chen, let's go. Show me around the Western Battlefront." Emperor Chen was overjoyed. He led the generals to congratulate Su Yu as he boarded the warship and sailed into the vast Western Battlefront. Long Lan was stunned for a long time. The accompanying deputy commanders and generals also felt disappointed, shocked, and uneasy. What would happen to them if Su Yu joined the Western Battlefront? What an unforgettable meeting. Long Lan looked up at the sky and sighed bitterly. He still didn't understand why Su Yu had asked for a meeting between the 2 commanders. It turned out that this was the reason. He wanted to show Emperor Chen his martial path in front of him and ask for more benefits. The Star Dream Chamber of Commerce had just annihilated an entire team in the Eastern Battlefront. They didn't have more than 10,000 warships, so they couldn't compete with the Western Battlefront. "Let's go." Long Lan looked at Yi Mingxian, who was facing away from the crowd. He knew that Yi Mingxian was more disappointed than anyone else. In the Western Battlefront. Compared to the Eastern Battlefront, the Western Battlefront civilization was obviously more advanced, and it had developed many advanced technologies. Su Yu wasn't interested in this. He said, ask the 10 people in your camp with the highest awakening abilities to come out. I will teach them first, and then they will teach the rest of the people. You can come too, and bring your son with you. Emperor Chen was overjoyed. I will make arrangements to find the people for Su Yu before the end of the day. He was quite efficient. By nightfall, he had already picked out 10 people who had reached the level of 4 crown emperors. Including Emperor Chen and his son, there were a total of 12 people. However, Chen Tianqing was lying on a stretcher, unable to move. Emperor Chen was full of anticipation, but the rest of the people didn't know what the so-called divine technique was. I know what you are thinking. Before I explain the divine technique, let me demonstrate it to you. Su Yu pointed at Chen Tianqing, who was lying on the ground, and said, can your most advanced technology create something out of nothing? Can a person whose arm has been cut off regrow it? Of course not. The crowd looked at each other strangely. It was possible to reattach a severed arm with the current technology. But creating something out of nothing did not conform to the scientific theories they were researching. Then, the divine technique will do. Su Yu pointed at Chen Tianqing's severed arm. Then, to everyone's shock, countless blood vessels, bones, and flesh appeared on the arm. It was a mythical scene of an arm being reconstructed. Ah! How is this possible? What kind of technology is this? How can a person regrow a new arm out of nothing? The 10 people were completely shocked. Su Yu said calmly, let me repeat for the last time. This is a divine technique, not a technology deeply rooted in your minds. Divine technique. What is a divine technique? Su Yu said, divine technique is what I am going to teach you next. For the next month, you will be isolated from all contact with the outside world and listen to my lectures. Under Emperor Chen's arrangement, the 12 of them were isolated from the outside world. Su Yu explained the martial theory to them in detail, and gradually guided them to learn how to use the awakened power in their bodies to perform various divine techniques. The whole process was carried out in an orderly manner. After a month, the 12 of them had learned the basic control of their power. This included flying at high speed, using desolate force to attack, and performing basic divine techniques. The more profound rules required personal comprehension. Su Yu couldn't teach them, and he wouldn't teach them. From now on, you can choose your own successors and pass on everything you have learned, Su Yu said thoughtfully. Su Yu said profoundly, during this period of time, do not look for me for anything. Even if you do, it will be useless. Yes, Mr. Su. They didn't quite understand what Su Yu meant. What did he mean by not looking for him for anything? Could it be that something bad was going to happen? But no matter what, they had obtained a power that was close to that of a god, and their mentality had changed drastically. Emperor Chen said, I will mobilize 10,000 soldiers whose awakened power has reached a high level. Each of you will lead 1,000 soldiers. You must train them well, understand? Understood. Emperor Chen revealed his deep ambition. His current power was comparable to what Su Yu had shown that day. If there were 10,000 soldiers like him, what would the Eastern Battle Zone amount to? What would the Northern and Southern Battle Zones amount to? What would the Nirvanas who ruled over them amount to? He would eventually become the master of the entire civilization system. After sending Su Yu off respectfully, Chen Tianqing clenched his fists, his heart filled with boundless excitement. Staring at the direction in which Su Yu had left, he said, Father, as the saying goes, the bow will be removed when the birds are dead, and the hounds will be cooked when the rabbits are dead. As long as Su Yu is here, he will be more powerful than us. In the future, the martial artists who are born will only know Su Yu, but not us. This is not a good thing. Even though he had benefited from Su Yu's lectures and had become a martial artist, he had never forgotten the hatred of taking away Yi Mingxian and the pain of losing his arm. In the past, he had never dared to think about revenge. But now that they had the same power as Su Yu, why should they bow to him? Emperor Chen's gaze was distant as he calmly said, You have such thoughts, but don't you think I don't? However, Su Yu definitely did not pass on everything to us. He must have hidden other powers, and we are no match for him now. But if we were to nurture thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of martial artists, would Su Yu be able to stop so many people? Chen Tianqing's eyes flashed with anger. Humph. We will let him live for a while. When we have enough power, we will make him kneel before us. I will make him watch as his woman falls into my hands. Chapter 2023. Su Yu left the barracks and went to the core research center of the Western Battle Zone. In the Jiawu civilization, other than mechas, Su Yu was most interested in the mysterious elixir. Something that could allow the power of awakening to evolve. Only Su Yu knew that the elixir they were developing was something that could increase one's cultivation level. With Su Yu's status, he could enter the research center without any obstruction. He could view even the most important things. Their elixirs were divided into 9 levels. The highest level of elixir was called the Death Elixir. It could allow a 3-crown emperor to break through to a 4-crown emperor. But the failure rate was extremely high as 90%. Once it failed, there would be death. Those who could eventually become 4-crown emperors were extremely rare. But only Su Yu knew how amazing this elixir was. In the ancient martial civilization, the probability of a 3-crown emperor breaking through to a 4-crown emperor was less than 1%. Most 3-crown emperors would remain at this level, unable to break through for the rest of their lives. Only a few people with strong luck could find their own opportunities to break through to 4-crown emperors. The elixir before him had a success rate of 10%. In the ancient martial civilization, it would be an earth-shattering achievement. People would definitely snatch it away. How many level 9 elixirs do we have in storage, and how many can we make in 8 months? Su Yu asked the person in charge of the research center. There are only 9,000 elixirs in storage, and 1,000 can be made in 8 months. But who is Mr. Su going to use it on? Before reaching the end of their lifespan, very few are willing to try it, the person in charge said. The Jiawu civilization's understanding of the power of awakening was limited to the fact that the higher the level of awakening, the longer one's lifespan. Without absolute certainty, very few people were willing to use level 9 elixirs. Okay, give me 10 first. The person in charge did not dare refuse, immediately handing over 10 elixirs. Su Yu found a quiet room and immediately began researching the level 9 elixirs, paying no attention to the outside world. 8 months passed. The entire Western Battle Zone was filled with martial arts teachings. Millions of people were successfully taught the basics of martial arts. The weakest of them had the cultivation level of an overlord, and the strongest were 4-crown emperors. The huge army of martial artists in front of them had perfectly met the requirements of Emperor Chen and his son. But now, they were not in the mood to cause trouble for Su Yu. Instead, they had repeatedly sought help from Su Yu, but Su Yu had avoided them. That was because, among the original 12 students, the strongest 4-crown emperor peak general had led an army of 100,000 to rebel. The general realized that he was far more powerful than Emperor Chen, so why did he continue to serve him? The teaching of the basics of martial arts not only changed the way the armies fought in the Western theater of operations, but it also severely impacted the system of power. In the past, military power reigned supreme, but now, strength reigned supreme. His betrayal had indirectly led to the betrayal of the 7 generals of the 4-crown emperors. Each of them had their own territory and proclaimed themselves as the overlords. Moreover, they were still frantically expanding their martial artists, all of them wanting to become the overlords of the Western War Zone. Emperor Chen and his remaining followers had no choice but to encircle the 8 rebel generals. At first, he was still able to suppress them. But in the end, they formed an alliance of 2s and 3s and formed a resistance against Emperor Chen. The entire Western War Zone was in a state of chaos. Not only did Emperor Chen fail to dominate the civilization department, but he couldn't even defend his base. The civilization that the Western War Zone had painstakingly built up was destroyed by the terrifying bombardment of the divine arts. Even if Emperor Chen reunited the Western theater of operations, the prosperity of the past would never return. As the culprit, Su Yu was analyzing the level 9 medicine in the secret room. He didn't ask about what was happening in the outside world, because everything was within his expectations. Now, there's only one thing left to verify. Su Yu looked at the sky, then looked at the level 9 medicine in his hand. After a year of research, he had already made some progress. He was trying to find ways to improve the ingredients that could cause death, trying to reduce their negative effects. After a few more years of research, he estimated that he would be able to optimize it in the way of martial arts. Now, it's time to return to the ancient martial civilization. Suyu took out a ticket, a look of nostalgia on his face. He said softly, "Goodbye. Take care." He seemed to see a valiant goddess of war standing on the Black Starship, commanding the invincible battleship from afar, and fighting in the galaxy. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared into thin air, never to be seen again. At the same time, a serious theft occurred in the Research and Development Center of the Western War Zone. The Level 9 medicine in storage, along with 1,000 of the most recently developed ones, were all stolen. The powerful defense of the treasury was useless, and not even the alarm sounded. 2 months later, a huge passenger ship with the word Epoch carved on its hull flew over the Western War Zone, slowly flying toward the center of the system of civilizations. A figure silently flew into the cabin of the ship. Standing at the top of the passenger ship, Suyu looked down at the smoke-filled Western War Zone, waiting quietly. A month later, just as the luminous ship was about to leave the Western War Zone, Suyu suddenly opened his eyes and looked deep into the Western War Zone. He saw terrifying giant palms appear without warning, slamming toward the Western War Zone. In the blink of an eye, millions of martial artists in the entire Western battlefront were instantly turned to ashes. Including Chen Huang, Chen Tianqing, and the 10 martial artists from the first batch, all of them were killed. Anyone who cultivated the foundations of martial arts could not escape this calamity. The war-torn Western War Zone fell into a long period of peace and quiet. We meet again. Suyu stared at the giant palms that covered the sky, his eyes calm and without the slightest hint of emotion. He was not a person who would forget his principles for the sake of profit. He had his reasons for moving from the Eastern War Zone to the Western War Zone. In the past, when Long Lan accidentally arrived at the ancient martial civilization, she was forcibly brought back to the Jiao warrior civilization and had her memory erased. It was clear that there was an invisible giant hand in the Jiao warrior civilization, cutting off the communication between the two civilizations. Therefore, he had always been worried about whether it was appropriate to teach the foundations of martial arts to the Eastern War Zone. Coincidentally, the Western War Zone had provoked him, so he decided to use the Western War Zone as a test subject. If they could cultivate the martial path, no one would stop them. He would teach the Eastern War Zone a higher level of the martial path. But now, it seemed that his concerns were correct. There was indeed a will in this civilization that prevented the Jiao warrior civilization from developing toward the martial path. Anyone who cultivated the martial path would be mercilessly erased. Looking forward, Suyu lightly shook his head. "I can't go to the Ecliptic Palace." Since he had confirmed the existence of this invisible giant hand, going to the Ecliptic Palace was tantamount to seeking death. With a silent sigh, he took out a talisman. After activating it, a giant warship appeared. Jumping off the luminous ship, Suyu boarded the warship and headed in another direction. 10 years later, at the end of the civilization system, a space storm that blotted out the sky was raging at the edge of the 4 universal civilizations. This was the absolute barrier that isolated the Jiao warrior civilization from exploring the outside world. The space storm was extremely destructive. Even the most advanced warship of the Jiao warrior civilization could not withstand the tearing of the space and was instantly crushed by the power of the space. In front of this destructive spatial storm, there was a huge ship slowly sailing over. On the giant warship, a silver-haired youth stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Facing the terrifying space storm, his eyes were calm as he nodded slightly. "It was not in vain that I gave up on the Ecliptic Palace and came to the border to take a look." If he had ridden on the Epoch, it would only take a few years to reach the Ecliptic Palace of the Thunder Fairy. But sensing the huge conspiracy pervading the Jiao warrior civilization, he maintained an extremely high level of vigilance toward the Ecliptic Palace and chose to come to the border to take a look. Fortunately, for the people of the Jiao warrior civilization, these space storms were insurmountable. But for Suyu, who had mastered the law of space, it was not considered dangerous. Putting away the giant warship, Suyu leaped into the space storm. Wherever he passed, the space storm made way for him, allowing him to pass easily. After traveling for an entire year, all of a sudden, a breath that he had not felt for a long time flowed into his heart. He took out the talisman and released the warship. Before the storm could shatter it, it instantly rushed out. A vast, pitch-black nothingness poured into his eyes. Looking at a small civilization not far away, he saw. With a sweep of his powerful soul, he saw quaint shops, groups of martial artists who were diligently training, rich spiritual herbs, divine energy, the familiar scenery, the familiar breath, and everything was familiar. I'm finally back. Suyu breathed a deep sigh of relief. The 15 years that had passed seemed like a dream. He looked behind him and saw a spherical space storm that radiated a boundless area, quietly rotating in the nothingness and constantly rotating further away. Suyu watched it leave his line of sight bit by bit, finally turning into a speck of dust and disappearing at the end of the nothingness. Goodbye, Suyu said softly. Inside the Jiao warrior civilization, the huge warship of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce gathered in a huge relic suspended in the nothingness. It was an ancient palace that was extremely huge, comparable to a small civilization. The palace seemed to be made of ordinary green bricks and stone tiles, but the attacks of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce for nearly 15 years had not damaged the palace in the slightest. Not even a single tile was damaged. The gate of the palace was tightly shut and had never been opened in the slightest. However, on this day, the gate of the palace opened silently. The 3 deputy commanders of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce were deeply shocked and hurriedly ordered. All personnel, get ready to enter. Suddenly, hundreds of millions of small flying mechas flew down from thousands of giant warships. Like a pitch-black tide, they rushed into the slowly opening giant gate. However, at this moment, a feminine man with a plum blossom mark between his brows walked out from the gate. A pair of dim yellow eyes exuded a faint pressure, but there was no fluctuation in his entire body. If Suyu was here, he would definitely recognize that he was the feminine man who accompanied Qingyun in the Purple Lizard Civilization. It was him who crushed the Purple Lizard Civilization with a speck of dust from the Holy Mountain. It caused Suyu and the others to be transported across civilizations and ended up in the Jiao warrior civilization. As soon as he appeared, his dim yellow eyes glanced indifferently at the members of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce who were surging in like a tide. He snorted softly. Ants. As his voice fell, there seemed to be an invisible shock wave sweeping out in an arc. All of a sudden, all the creatures were annihilated into dust. Tens of thousands of giant warships were also annihilated into particles, drifting in the nothingness. The entire nothingness fell into silence. The feminine man looked displeased and said lightly, "For pieces of trash, how dare you let the martial path flow into the 3rd experimental area, almost destroying the experimental area." When he finished speaking, he stepped into the nothingness. He was completely unafraid of the power of nothingness and walked in it. Chapter 2024. Rain Immortal Civilization System. Eastern War Zone, in front of a villa in the Central Civilization. A gentle man, holding a bouquet of flowers, placed it in front of the villa. Mingxian, I hope you're just as happy today. The man was Longlan's nephew, Long Yun. He was also Yi Mingxuan's loyal suitor. He persisted for 20 years, relentlessly pursuing it. Finally, 1 year ago, Yi Mingxian agreed to his request and became his girlfriend. Long Yun was very excited. Although Yi Mingxian didn't want to have any intimate actions with him, he was still very excited and sent a bouquet of flowers to her villa every day. His tireless efforts and perseverance had finally paid off. 3 days ago, Yi Mingxian had accepted his proposal. Today was the day of their engagement. Long Yun's mind was filled with happiness. He could finally get what he wanted and stay with his beloved goddess for a long time. Yi Mingxian appeared on the balcony of the 2nd floor. She was wearing an elegant white dress and had a head full of black hair. 12 years had passed, and she had shed the last trace of a young girl's inexperience, revealing the mellowness that a person of her age should have. His entire body blossomed with a radiance that no one could look at directly. Long Yun was dumbfounded. Thank you. Yi Mingxian smiled faintly, but there was a hint of emptiness in her smile. Wait for me. Before I leave, I want to take care of something. Yi Mingxian returned to the bedroom and opened the bedside cabinet. An exquisite wooden box lay quietly in it. The surface of the wooden box was as clean as new, without a speck of dust. She reached out her hand and gently stroked the wooden box with her fingers. She murmured desolately, "So, it's been 12 years. For a martial artist, 12 years might pass in the blink of an eye. But for someone like her who only had a few hundred years to live, how many 12 years was there in her life?" She had kept the wooden box for 12 years. It was cleaned and wiped every day, like the most precious treasure in his life. But in 12 years, she had never opened it. Because she was afraid that once it was opened, it would never be closed again. "I'm going to get married. I can't bring you with me anymore." Yi Mingxian looked lonely. Maybe I shouldn't have stayed. Her fingers trembled as she opened the wooden box. A communication device appeared before his eyes. It was an obsolete, old-fashioned message machine from at least 12 years ago. It had been placed in the wooden box for too long, and the information device seemed to be very old. However, when she saw it, Yi Mingxuan's eyes flickered, and she covered her mouth with her hand. It was as if the memories of the past, which she had long since forgotten, were flooding back to her. This was the only thing Su Yu had ever used and left behind. It was here that Su Yu read the books about the 4 universal civilizations that were stored. He stayed in his villa for 2 months. Other than that, he was like a cool breeze blowing across the azure sky, leaving nothing behind. "Why can't I forget you?" Yi Mingxian whispered, "I should hate you." 12 years ago, when the 2 great commanders of the East and West met, it was a scene that Yi Mingxian would never forget. 1. She felt that it was impossible to betray the person, abandoned her. After that, there was no more news. Whether it was good or bad, alive or dead, there was no news at all. She had once lost her sense of self, forcing herself to not think about Su Yu and the scene of his betrayal. 11 years later, she was almost overwhelmed by work. Under the persuasion of Long Lan and the 3 deputy commanders, Yi Mingxian finally decided to free herself. Perhaps only by finding a man she could rely on could she completely forget the past. Therefore, she agreed to Long Yun's proposal. If she became someone else's bride, he would care for her. Perhaps she would slowly forget the pain of betrayal. Or rather, she would forget someone. Staring at the information device in front of her, Yi Mingxian closed her eyes and murmured, "It's time to say goodbye to the past." Taking out a laser knife, she closed her eyes with trembling hands and slashed down decisively. However, just as she was about to slash down, she felt a tinge of regret in her heart. This was the only thing he had. If it was destroyed, it would be gone forever. However, the tip of the knife had already slashed across the information device, splitting it into 2 and completely destroying it. No. Yi Mingxian regretted it. She put away the laser knife and opened her eyes. What came into view was the information device, which had been destroyed beyond recognition. Yi Mingxuan's eyes lost focus. She stared at it blankly, motionless. In the end, it was still destroyed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. However, the strange thing was that the destroyed information device fused on its own. The information device, which had not been charged for 12 years and could not be turned on, actually lit up. A portrait suddenly appeared on the screen. "I don't know how much time has passed by the time you see this image." The voice that she had not heard for 12 years suddenly entered her ears. Yi Mingxian, who was in a daze, trembled violently. She stared at the information device on the ground in disbelief. She stuttered out a name that she had not heard in 12 years. Su Yu. The condition for the image to appear is that the information device must have left the villa or been destroyed. Based on my calculations, when you returned from the border of the eastern and western battlefields, you would have thrown away or destroyed the only thing I had left behind. Yi Mingxian was shocked. When she had left the eastern battlefields, Su Yu had predicted that she would return and destroy everything. Had he known that she would join the western battlefields before leaving the eastern battlefields? With your intelligence, you must have realized that I had planned to join the western battlefields, Su Yu continued. The reason was that I had been worried about one problem. Teaching you the martial path might not have been a wise decision. So, I used the western battlefields as a test site. If they were safe, I would return to teach you even more powerful martial path. If the western battlefields were destroyed and all the martial artists were killed by a mysterious force, I would not return. Yi Mingxian nodded blankly. Yes. You joined the western battlefields, and they were destroyed a year later. If you see this image, I believe that I have already left for many years. Because, if Su Yu had returned, he would have destroyed this image. Yi Mingxian could see that he had not returned. Because it involved the secrets of the Jiao warrior civilization, it was inconvenient for me to tell you. So, I made the decision to join the western battlefields. If I have harmed any of you, please apologize on my behalf. Seeing this, Yi Mingxuan's mind buzzed. So, he had never betrayed her, never abandoned her. He had done this to protect them. Mingxian, cultivating martial arts, especially powerful divine arts, is a great taboo for your Jiao warrior civilization. Therefore, I've left behind the martial arts foundation of longevity. If you succeed in cultivating it, you'll be able to live for billions of years and retain your youth forever. As long as you change your identity every few hundred years, you will be able to avoid the eyes and ears of those forces. But, remember, you cannot pass it on to a second person. Otherwise, once it spreads, you will not be able to escape death. Yi Mingxian held the information device, tears streaming down her cheeks. The goddess of war, who never cried, was sobbing hysterically at this moment. I'm sorry. I have misunderstood you for 12 years. After learning the truth, Yi Mingxian suddenly felt great sorrow and self-blame. Su Yu had been so considerate of them, but she had held a grudge for 12 years. Are you well now? Where are you? Will you come back? Yi Mingxian continued to ask. But, that was just a projection. He would not answer any of her questions, and only cared about explaining the relevant martial path. Yi Mingxian could not hear a single word. She only wanted to know if that man would come back. Long Yun waited outside for a long time. Seeing no movement, he could not help but call out, Mingxian, are you done? Only then did Yi Mingxian recover from her absent-mindedness. She looked at Su Yu's projection and hugged him tightly. She muttered to herself, I am so foolish. How could I think that I could forget you just by finding a man? After tidying up her makeup, Yi Mingxian went downstairs and stood in front of Long Yun. Long Yun stared at Yi Mingxian in front of him, feeling extremely unfamiliar. Unlike the faint loneliness of the past 12 years, the current Yi Mingxian had regained her radiance. She was charming, just like the all-powerful goddess of war from 12 years ago. Mingxian, it's almost time. Let's hurry to the engagement venue. The commander and deputy commanders are all waiting. He did not finish his sentence, because Yi Mingxian had already handed him an exquisite small box. Inside was the engagement ring that Long Yun had given her, and he was going to put it on her personally later. I'm sorry, but I think I still can't forget him. Shoving the small box into his hands, Yi Mingxian walked away alone, slowly disappearing into the crowd. Since then, the goddess of war, Yi Mingxian, had disappeared from the world, never to be seen again. Long Yun stood rooted to the ground, his expression gloomy. He muttered, I knew it. Even if he had left for 12 years, I would not have been able to beat his shadow, ancient martial civilization. A gigantic battleship sped through the void at high speed. The meteor riders along the way were all shocked by the scene. My God, what is that? Is it a treasure? Its shape is so strange, I have never seen it before. Things from the Jiao warrior civilization were naturally shocking in the ancient martial civilization. Su Yu was expressionless as he made his final dash in the cabin. Over the past 10 years, he had tried many times and finally improved most of the level 9 potion. After drinking it, the negative effects of failure were only the weakening of the flesh and the reduction of one's lifespan by 100 years. For the divine warriors of heaven and earth, their lifespans were hundreds of millions of years. Losing one's lifespan by 1,000 years did not affect them much. Moreover, once the breakthrough was successful, the increase in lifespan would be tens of millions of years. This disadvantage was negligible. He tried to drink a bottle, and suddenly felt as if a mass of burning magma had been forced into his mouth. It was extremely painful. Subconsciously, he wanted to vomit. But when he recalled Xia Jingyu and Qin Xiana's faces, He gritted his teeth and forced himself to swallow it. One of them was in the Divine Lady clan, and the other was in the Azura world. If he went there without enough strength, could he take them away? The answer was no. As the potion entered his body, the pain became even more intense. Suyu felt as if his whole body was burning from the inside out. The muscles on his cheeks squirmed, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. His whole soul was suffering an unprecedented impact, and the intense pain almost made him pass out. He gritted his teeth and held on with great willpower. Half a day had passed, and Suyu was sweating profusely. His eyes were slightly protruding, and patches of blood veins densely covered his eyeballs, showing that his spirit was greatly depleted. All of a sudden, he coughed up a large amount of divine blood and woke up from his meditation. A bitter smile flashed across his face. My luck is not that good. Chapter 2025. Suyu took out another bottle of medicine. The pain of the medicine was far beyond imagination. In the Jio warrior civilization, many people died in the process of taking the medicine. It was not because of the medicine itself, but because of the intense pain that caused the collapse of the soul. There is no more time. The closer he got to the advanced civilization, the more urgent Suyu felt. After a short rest, he raised his head and swallowed another bottle. The cycle repeated until 5 days later, a powerful vortex appeared around Suyu, sucking in the divine energy from all directions. There was a drastic change in the world inside. It was not until a day later that the vision gradually stopped. His whole body was emitting a faint fluorescent light, and 4 vague shadows of crowns floated above his head. Phew! I finally broke through to the 4-crown emperor. Suyu breathed a sigh of relief. He swallowed more than a dozen bottles in a row before finally breaking through. He thought he would need the help of the body fruit in the Zodiac Palace, but by chance, he obtained the medicine of the Jio warrior civilization and broke through first. His cultivation was that of a 4-crown emperor, and his soul power was very close to that of a 5-crown emperor because he had devoured the souls of several 5-crown emperors. In terms of divine skills, the demon sword technique had been quietly comprehended for 10 years, and he had already touched the edge of the 8th style, nameless. What he needed was to hone this sword through actual combat. The Evil Dragon Bible, after borrowing the dragon blood of the fire dragon for a long time, had also made great progress, directly cultivating the first stage to the late stage. Now, after the transformation, his physique was comparable to a 4-crown emperor in the late stage. If Suyu fought with all his strength, he should be able to fight a 4-crown emperor in the late stage. Few people under the late stage could rival Suyu. As he slowly practiced, the giant ship broke through the boundless void and quickly reached the 5-star civilization, the 4 symbols civilization. He was lucky. After leaving the Jio warrior civilization, he asked around and found out that he had appeared in a civilization close to the 4 symbols civilization. The 2 places were not far apart, and it would take a year to use the transportation portal. But with the spaceship, it would only take half a year. A few months later, Suyu finally reached the edge of the 4 symbols civilization. To prevent the spaceship from attracting too much attention, he landed in a satellite civilization in advance and entered the 4 symbols civilization through the inter-civilization transportation portal. They were both 5-star civilizations, but Suyu deeply felt the gap between the Tai Chi civilization and the 4 symbols civilization. The 4 symbols civilization was not only 100 times larger than the Tai Chi civilization, but all the regions were also quite developed, and the degree of prosperity was unparalleled. Suyu sighed inwardly. After asking around, he arrived at the 4-symbol mansion, where the master of civilization resided. The area of the 4-symbol manor was not large, even smaller than the mansions of many 5-crown sovereigns. However, no one dared to underestimate the 4-symbol mansion. Because it was that legendary half-step Dowlord who resided within. Although his illness was beyond cure, he had not died yet, so who would dare to underestimate him? Suyu came to visit. At the door was the 4-symbol manor's housekeeper Chin. He sized Suyu up and asked, "Who are you?" Suyu took out the token of the master of the Tai Chi faction. Butler Chin said, "Are you the Taiji sect master that Miss Yun mentioned?" "That's me," Suyu said. It seemed like even though they had been separated back then, Yun Chenshuang had returned to the four-symbol mansion first and informed the people in the mansion. "Why are you so late?" Butler Qin said unhappily. Su Yu was slightly startled. He had come here to deliver the Pathmaster's bone to the terminally ill half-step Dao Master, so it was quite unexpected for him to be treated this way. Su Yu did not mind it at all, so he said, "Please inform the mansion master." Butler Qin furrowed his brows slightly. The mansion master is busy with many affairs every day, so he doesn't have the time to receive guests. He instructed me to arrange for you to stay in the mansion for the time being, and he will come to see you once he is done with his work. Su Yu's expression was calm. He had come from afar to deliver the medicine, yet the other party did not even give him a basic reception. Even if he did not expect the mansion master to receive him personally, he could at least let the mansion's juniors receive him. Su Yu shook his head lightly, then took out a finger-long Pathmaster's bone, which he had prepared in advance, and stuffed it into Butler Qin's hands. "This is the Pathmaster's bone that you wanted. Please give it to Miss Yun, and ask her to prepare the invitation to attend the Ecliptic Palace." After he spoke, he turned around and prepared to leave. However, just as he was about to leave, a familiar aura approached him from within the four-symbol mansion. It was Yun Chenshuang, who wore a pleasantly surprised look on her face. She looked Su Yu up and down and said, "Thank the heavens, you are still alive." Su Yu nodded calmly. "Yes, my luck isn't bad. Why are you standing outside? Don't you want to come in?" Yun Chenshuang asked. Su Yu looked at Butler Qin, then shook his head slightly. "There is no need for that. I have already given the Pathmaster's bone to you, so you can just help me pass it to the mansion master. Once the invitation is ready, you can contact me and send it to me." Yun Chenshuang furrowed her brows, then reprimanded him. "Su Yu, you have come to the four-symbol mansion, yet you are not even willing to meet my father. Aren't you being too rude?" Su Yu did not explain, but calmly said, "Just take it that I am being rude. Farewell." The four-symbol mansion's threshold was too high, and he could not enter. "How can you be like this?" Yun Chenshuang pulled Su Yu back, then said, "This matter concerns the invitation, and I need you to discuss it with my father in detail. It is not something that I can handle alone." Hearing this, Su Yu stopped in his tracks, then said, "Then I will meet him." Su Yu took back the Pathmaster's bone from Butler Qin's hands, then followed Yun Chenshuang into the four-symbol mansion. The mansion was majestic, and every part of it was filled with a mysterious atmosphere. The most amazing thing was that there was a sealed stone tablet in the depths of the mansion, which was emitting the mysterious energy of a Pathmaster. Training under the stone tablet would bring endless benefits to one's comprehension of the great path of heaven and earth. "Haha, aren't you surprised? That is a stone tablet that our ancestor begged from a Pathmaster. The stone tablet came from the secret chamber where the Pathmaster meditated and comprehended the great path. Under the influence of the Pathmaster's comprehension for a long time, it has unknowingly been mixed with a trace of the Pathmaster's mysterious energy." "Oh." Su Yu's expression was indifferent. Yun Chenshuang shook her head and chuckled. "You. If you are envious, just say it. You always look like you are scheming." "Envious?" He had the Great Void Cave abode, which allowed him to observe several Pathmasters discussing the great path of heaven and earth at close range. Did he need to be envious of a stone tablet that was bestowed by a Pathmaster? He smiled without saying a word, not explaining himself. Yun Chenshuang brought him to the four-symbol mansion's garden, where a tall man in a white robe was patiently guiding a young man in his training. His cultivation was at the middle stage of the four-symbol divine realm, and his real age should be close to 100 years old. He was slightly older than Su Yu by about 20 years. By the standards of the Great Beginning realm, he was quite young. Having a cultivation base at the middle stage of the four-symbol divine realm was not bad. Tian with your cultivation base and the level 6 laws you have mastered, you should be able to get into the top 100 of the Ecliptic Palace meet this time, and successfully enter the middle palace of the Ecliptic Palace, the middle-aged man said. Laws were also divided according to their strength. For example, the 6 great laws that Su Yu had mastered belonged to the supreme laws of heaven and earth, and were not among the 9 grades. The higher the level of the law, the more difficult it was to comprehend it, and the more powerful it was. Level 6 laws were considered top-notch laws among the 5-star civilizations. Normally, it was quite good for a person from a 5-star civilization to be able to master level 5 laws. The man speaking was the master of the 4-symbol mansion, as well as Yun Chenchuang's father, Yun Chenxiong. The young man being guided was Yun Chenchuang's younger brother, Yun Zhantian. Father, don't worry. I will fight to get into the top 50, and bring glory to the 4-symbol mansion. Haha, Tian you are ambitious, but don't bite off more than you can chew. The representatives of the other civilizations are extremely powerful, so don't be careless. As the father and son were talking, Yun Chenchuang hurriedly walked over with Su Yu. The two of them sensed something and looked over. Yun Zhantian frowned. Sister, why did you bring an outsider in? Yun Chenchuang laughed. I naturally would not bring other outsiders, but he is different. He is the Tai Chi faction master that I mentioned, the person who possesses the bones of a pathmaster. Hearing this, Yun Chenxiong calmly looked at Su Yu, but did not speak. Yun Zhantian looked Su Yu up and down. Oh, he is the young faction master of a 5-star civilization that you mentioned. I heard you say that he is only a middle-stage martial emperor with 3 crowns. His talents are not that great. At this moment, Su Yu's cultivation level was restrained, not revealing a single bit of his desolate energy. Hence, no one could see through his cultivation level. They thought he was still stuck in Yun Chenchuang's description. Nowadays, any civilization that produces a martial emperor with 5 crowns can call themselves a 5-star civilization. Look at the faction masters they have chosen. What kind of nobodies are they? Yun Zhantian was not impressed by Su Yu's status as the master of a 5-star civilization. If he wanted to be the master of a 5-star civilization, there were plenty of well-ranked 5-star civilizations that would beg him to be the master. Watch your foul mouth, how can you say that? Yun Chenchuang rolled her eyes at him. He came all the way to the 4-symbol civilization to treat the ancestor. You should at least show some respect. Fat. Yun Zhantian was not impressed. Come all the way. You make it sound so nice, but isn't it just for the invitation from the 4-symbols mansion? Yun Chenchuang was furious. Father, look at him. Yun Chenxiong calmly smiled and waved his hands. Stop fighting. He looked up at Su Yu, looking him up and down. I heard from Chenchuang that you have the bones of a pathmaster and wish to exchange an invitation from the 4-symbols mansion. Without waiting for Su Yu's reply, Yun Chenxiong continued, All right, I will write one for you now. However, I will add another condition. When you are outside, you cannot say that the 4-symbols mansion recommended you to participate in the Ecliptic Palace meet. Yun Zhantian nodded. If your ranking falls behind in the Ecliptic Palace meet, and word gets out that you were recommended by the 4-symbols mansion, the 4-symbols mansion will lose face. Hence, you are not allowed to mention the 4-symbols mansion at all. Yun Chenxiong waved his hands, signaling for his son to shut up. Although my son is blunt, his reasoning is not wrong. The 4-symbols mansion has always only recommended civilizations that are ranked within the top 2,000. This is the first time we have recommended a 5-star civilization that is not ranked 80,000. Hence, I hope you can understand. Although he said he wanted Su Yu to understand, his attitude did not suggest that he was willing to negotiate. Su Yu calmly smiled. I think you might have misunderstood me. I am not here to beg you, but to make a fair exchange. Since you feel wronged, forget it. Su Yu turned and left with his hands clasped behind his back. Yun Chenchuang was furious and ashamed. She had blamed Su Yu for not respecting her father. It turned out that the 4-symbols mansion had never respected him. Presumably, Su Yu had been treated unfairly by housekeeper Qin, right? Chapter 2026. As she watched Su Yu leave, Yun Chenchuang said angrily, Are you satisfied now? The most important bone of the Tao Master in my 9 bones heart-saving pill, let's see where you'll get it from. Yun Zhantian shrugged disapprovingly and said, Don't worry. Who else would be willing to provide an invitation other than our 4-symbol mansion? I bet that within 3 days, he'll come begging for our help. What a fool. Yun Chenchuang shook her head and chased after him. She understood Su Yu's character well. Since he had decided to leave, he would never turn back. Some people would not give up their dignity for the sake of benefits. For example, Su Yu. When he chased after them, Su Yu was walking in the crowd, looking at the dreamy and prosperous four-symbol civilization expressionlessly. Su Yu, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Yun Qianshuang's eyes were full of apology. Because of what happened to the four-symbol mansion, you even encountered danger along the way. I didn't expect father and brother to treat you like this. Su Yu's face was calm, and he said nonchalantly, "You're not the one who should be apologizing, so why do you need to blame yourself?" Although she said that, she still felt guilty. After a moment of thought, he took out a bronze card. This is... Su Yu did not understand. Divine stones are no longer used in the Ecliptic Palace and half-path civilizations. Many large shops no longer accept divine stones. The mainstream currency is the Dao coin forged by the Ecliptic Palace. The value of one Dao coin is roughly equivalent to 10 billion divine stones. This is a money card issued by a branch of the Ecliptic Palace. There are 200 Dao coins stored inside. You've just arrived in a half-path civilization, so you won't be able to do anything without Dao coins. Take these and use them first. If you don't have enough, come to me. Yun Qianshuang stuffed them into Su Yu's palm. Silver card. Dao coin. Su Yu nodded slightly. He had already considered this when he was in the Taiji sect. Divine stones could easily amount to trillions and trillions, which was no longer enough to satisfy the needs of a top-notch emperor of heaven and earth. It was to be expected that the mainstream currency of the Ecliptic Temple and the half-path civilization would change. Moreover, the cards were easier to purchase and saved a lot of trouble. I don't need the money. Su Yu rejected her tactfully. Goodbye, we will meet again. After bidding farewell to Yun Qianshuang, Su Yu stayed in the four-symbol civilization for a while. After careful observation, he realized that the market did not use divine stones much. Most of them were Dao coins. Su Yu did not have a single Dao coin on him. It would be more or less difficult for him to traverse the Ecliptic Palace and the half-path civilization. I have to find a way to get some Dao coins, Su Yu said to himself. He arrived at the branch hall set up by the Ecliptic Temple in the four-symbol civilization. The branch palace had many functions, one of which was exchanging Dao coins. 10 billion divine stones could be exchanged for one Dao coin. The starting exchange amount was 100 Dao coins, which was 1 trillion divine stones. However, Su Yu had handed over most of his divine stones to the Cauldron to develop and grow. His own divine stones were less than 100 billion, so he couldn't exchange for them. Fortunately, the Ecliptic Palace also collected precious items that could be converted into equivalent Dao coins. After some thought, he went to the exchange window for Dao coins. The receptionist was a fox-headed mutated human with an arrogant look in his eyes. He was indifferent to the people who came to exchange for Dao coins. As a member of the Ecliptic Palace, he indeed had the right to be arrogant. I'm very sorry, the Ecliptic Palace only accepts items of high value. This 100,000-year-old divine tree is not one of them, please take it away. In front of Su Yu, a shabby old man held a rare 100,000-year-old divine tree and left resentfully. They don't even take a 100,000-year-old divine tree seriously. The standards of the Ecliptic Palace are not ordinary, Su Yu said to himself. It was his turn. The fox-headed mutated human looked at Su Yu quietly with his green eyes and said lightly, "Do you want to exchange for it with divine stones? Items? Oh, I'll say this in advance. If it's not precious, don't take it out, so as not to delay the time of the people behind you in line," he said without looking at it. It was obvious that he didn't expect Su Yu to take out anything valuable. Su Yu said nothing and took out a water jar of great void. It contained a faint primordial energy. According to the Hunter King and the others, primordial energy was an extremely popular and precious thing in advanced civilizations. Especially the Pathmaster, who yearned for it but couldn't get it. What is this? The fox-headed mutated human frowned as he stared at the water jar. Su Yu looked at the crowd nearby and said, "You can have a taste." Taste? The fox-headed mutated human hesitated slightly. As the person in charge of the exchange, it was his duty to examine the items that the guests brought to exchange. However, Su Yu's clothes were ordinary, and he didn't look like he could take out anything valuable. He really didn't want to try something of unknown origin. There was once an examiner who accidentally died after tasting the poisonous liquid. His heart was conflicted, but he was blaming Su Yu. He symbolically took a drop and flicked it into the jar. The taste was plain and bland, just like the most ordinary water. There wasn't even a hint of divine energy. The fox-headed mutated human's eyes turned hostile. Was Su Yu teasing him? However, he suddenly realized something and tasted it carefully. His green eyes blinked, and he looked a little surprised. So, he took a second drop and tasted it carefully. His face was full of shock. It's good that you know. You don't have to say it out loud, Su Yu said lightly, stopping him in time. The fox-headed mutated human came to his senses, and he looked at Su Yu with a completely different expression. He said politely, "Dear sir, in view of the special composition of this water, I have appraised its value to be 100 Dao coins. Are you sure you want to exchange?" Su Yu shook his head slightly. The fox-headed mutated human was suddenly anxious. Taichu energy was the Taichu energy that the Pathmasters of the Ecliptic Palace were fighting to get. If he could accept it and hand it over to the headquarters of the Ecliptic Palace, he would definitely receive a huge reward. "Sir, please reconsider." Su Yu continued, "This jar is just for you to look at. I want to exchange for 10,000 jars. 10,000? The fox-headed mutated human's face changed dramatically, and he was dumbfounded. Su Yu asked, "Can't I?" Coming back to his senses, the fox-headed mutated human was ecstatic. "Of course you can. Of course you can." He was extremely excited. He walked out of the counter and called for a subordinate to replace him. He personally received Su Yu and said, "Dear sir, please come into our VIP room to talk." As a sub-palace of the Ecliptic Palace, he didn't have to worry too much about them cheating on him. They should still have that bit of credibility. Arriving at the VIP room, the fox-headed mutated human personally served top-grade spiritual tea. What surprised Su Yu was that the effects of this spiritual tea were equivalent to a Joine elixir. In the outside world, a cup of tea was hard to come by, but now he was receiving Su Yu. Knowing that he was in a hurry, Su Yu put down a space storage device and said, "Check to see if there's anything missing." The fox-headed mutated human smiled and nodded, politely reaching into the space. 10,000 jars of Taishu were quietly placed there. It was true that every jar contained an abundance of primordial qi. It's verified. The fox-headed mutated human was excited. If he handed over 10,000 jars, he would definitely be rewarded handsomely. The fox-headed mutated human took out a gold card and said, "This is a $1 million money card. Please keep it well, sir." "Why is it gold?" Su Yu didn't understand. The card Yun Chenshuang took out seemed to be bronze. The fox-headed mutated human smiled and said patiently, "There are 4 grades of money cards distributed by the Ecliptic Palace. From lowest to highest, they are the bronze card, the silver card, the gold card, and the crystal card. The standard for a bronze card is to store less than 10,000 Dao coins. A silver card is to store less than 100,000 Dao coins. A gold card needs to be worth 1 million Dao coins. Sir, you have 1 million Dao coins, so you can naturally get a gold card." Su Yu frowned slightly. "Can you give me 100 bronze cards?" He had just arrived and was unfamiliar with the place and the people. With a gold card in his hand, wouldn't he attract unwanted attention for no reason? "Sir, there is something you do not know," the fox-headed mutated human said. "Different grades of cards have different privileges. Gold cards have priority in purchasing. Wherever money cards can be used, gold card holders will have priority in purchasing the same item from the same batch of people. Are there any other privileges?" Priority in purchasing was rarely used. Apart from that, gold card holders can challenge the ecliptic roll once a month for free. Su Yu pondered. What is the ecliptic roll? The fox-headed mutated human was puzzled. This person had so much primordial energy, so his background should not be simple. How could he not know anything about the Ecliptic Palace? But he did not dare offend Su Yu. He immediately said, "The Ecliptic Roll is a list made jointly by all the Ecliptic Palaces. It ranks all the heaven rulers of the Ecliptic Palace. There are 2 requirements to be on the list. First, one has to be a 3-crown emperor. Second, one has to be younger than 200 years old. Su Yu listened and nodded slightly. The requirements to be on the list were quite strict. It was not difficult to become a 3-crown emperor, but one had to be under 200 years old. That would eliminate most people. Only the heaven rulers cultivated by various powerful forces could become 3-crown emperors before 200 years old. Without a powerful background, it was almost impossible to achieve such a level in 200 years. The list ranking is just an empty reputation to me. I have no objections. I don't want it, Su Yu said. The fox-headed mutated human was surprised. How can it be an empty reputation? If you can enter the top 100, you can increase the rating of your civilization and raise the ranking of your civilization. You can also receive the corresponding reward. Reward. For example, the fox-headed mutated human said, there are many kinds of rewards, such as Dao coins, treasures containing the Pathmaster's understanding, invitations to the Ecliptic Assembly, and so on. Wait. Invitations to the Ecliptic Assembly? The fox-headed mutated human was surprised. With your status, do you still lack invitations? In his opinion, invitations to the Ecliptic Assembly should be the least attractive of all the rewards of the Ecliptic Roll. After all, those who could enter the top 100 of the Ecliptic Roll were mostly heaven rulers cultivated by the top 100 civilizations. The rest were basically from the top 1000 to 100 civilizations. In theory, they did not lack invitations to the Ecliptic Assembly. How do I challenge it? Su Yu's eyes shone. The fox-headed mutated human put away his doubts and said, Sir, please come with me. Under his guidance, Su Yu came to another area of the sub-palace. Unlike the crowded hall where the Dao coin exchange was, this place was quite deserted. Chapter 2027. Hu Yun calmly nodded. All right, step down. I will personally host the challenge. In this area, there was an arena made of special materials. The arena is made of dream crystals, and the images of all the heaven rulers on the ecliptic list are engraved on it. You can choose one of the rankings and try to fight against the image. I will rank you according to the strength you show. Su Yu understood and said, Then can I challenge now? Of course. You have a gold card, and you can save 300 Dao coins. May I ask, what rank do you wish to challenge? Number 100. A high ranking was meaningless to Su Yu, as long as he could get an invitation to the Ecliptic Palace meet. Even though Hu Yun was mentally prepared and knew that Su Yu's strength could not be weak, he was surprised to challenge the top 100. He kindly reminded, Sir, the one in the top 100 is Uye Huanyun of the Tianji civilization. With the strength of a mid-stage 4-crown emperor, it's fine. Su Yu waved his hand, indicating for him to begin. Hu Yun's eyes were filled with anticipation as he activated the mechanism. A youth with metallic skin immediately appeared on the arena. His long hair was loose, and he gave off a wild feeling. Begin. Uye Huanyun's projection released the cultivation of a mid-stage 4-crown emperor, and he used a level 6 law of fire. His overall strength was quite good. Su Yu did not dare to be careless. He took out the Azura sword and released the strength of an early-stage 4-crown emperor, imbuing the sword with all his power. The 7th style of the demonic sword technique, Bury the Heavens. He used all his strength and swept out with his sword. The extremely sharp sword energy seemed as if it could destroy the heavens and the earth, exploding with a powerful force as it streaked across Uye Huanyun's projection. The projection suddenly trembled, then suddenly disappeared. Hu Yun's pupils shrank slightly, staring at Su Yu in shock. He hurriedly said, Sir, you have won. You have defeated Uye Huanyun, and now you are in the top 100 of the ecliptic list. He had expected that Su Yu would confidently and calmly challenge the top 100, perhaps because he was certain of victory. But he did not expect that he would be defeated with just one strike. Your true strength should be able to reach the level of the 50th rank, but according to the procedure, you need to challenge the 50th ranked Judu princess in order to raise your rank to the 50th. Su Yu kept the Azura sword, jumped off the arena, and said, An empty reputation is meaningless to me, as long as I get the invitation letter for the Ecliptic Palace meet. Hu Yun's face was full of regret. If this place gave birth to a prodigy who made it into the top 50, as the person in charge of the branch palace, Hu Yun would also receive additional rewards from the main palace. However, Su Yu did not care about his reputation, so he could only give up. He took out a golden invitation letter and said, "As one of the top 100, you can receive the best invitation letter. Many thanks." Su Yu accepted it and felt at ease. The invitations that he had imagined to be so difficult to obtain were actually so easy. It seemed that no matter when or where, one's own strength was the deciding factor. Ding! Suddenly, a soft sound entered his ears. Beside the ring, there was a huge stone tablet with hundreds of golden names on it. They were the top 100 rankers of the ecliptic list. At this moment, the last name dimmed and disappeared, leaving behind a blank space. "May I know your name?" As Su Yu pondered this for a moment, he recalled Xia Jingyu and Qin Xiana, then said, "Yu Xian." It was obvious from the name that it was a pseudonym and not his real name. Hu Yun felt a little regretful, as he had wanted to trace Su Yu's origins from his surname. "All right." Hu Yun took out a special writing brush and wrote the two words Yu Xian on the blank space. He came before Su Yu again, thought for a moment, then said, "Mr. Yu Xian, are you an outsider?" "Yes, you are. The palace ship to the Ecliptic Palace needs a month to pass by the Four Symbols civilization. If Mr. Yu Xian doesn't have a place to stay, you can stay in the Mingxian residence for the time being." Su Yu frowned slightly. "Can't I enter the Ecliptic Palace myself?" Hu Yun was speechless, and he thought to himself, where did this lad come from? He really has no common sense at all. "Mr. Yu Xian, you must be joking. How can the Ecliptic Palace be a place where outsiders can enter at will? Only by taking the palace ship can you enter. All other methods are considered to be forceful entry, and you will have to pay a price." Hearing this, Su Yu suddenly understood. "All right, but what kind of place is the Mingxian residence?" The Mingxian residence is the property of the Ecliptic Palace's sub-palace. In theory, it is only for the people of the Ecliptic Palace to live in. There are only a few exceptions, such as the master of civilization of a half-path civilization, or people recognized by the sub-palace. Mr. Yu Xian has entered the top 100 of the Ecliptic list in our sub-palace, so you are naturally qualified to stay here. All expenses incurred during the period will be discounted by 50%. Thank you. After asking for directions, Su Yu arrived at the Mingxian residence under Hu Yun's guidance. As the tallest building in the Four Symbols civilization, it was a giant tree that reached the heavens, reaching the depths of the heavens. The giant tree emitted wisps of the mysterious energy of the Pathmaster. Training within it had unparalleled benefits in condensing the rules, comparable to the wall of the Four Symbols mansion. With the golden card in hand and the Ecliptic List nameplate issued by Hu Yun, he successfully moved into the Mingxian residence. The interior of the Mingxian residence was not only luxuriously decorated, but it was also filled with divine energy, several times more than the outside world. Treasures that were difficult to find in the outside world were used as decorations and hung in the corridor. This place could be said to be rich and powerful. But, similarly, the price was extremely high. One night required 100 Dao coins, which was converted to divine stones, which was 1 trillion. This was usually the lifetime savings of the impoverished Four Crowns Emperor. Even with Su Yu's 50% discount, it was still 50 million divine stones. In the Tai Chi faction, this level of consumption is unimaginable. Su Yu sighed. But, with his current wealth, this level of consumption was easily affordable. He settled down with peace of mind, and at the same time, tried to find ways to increase his strength as much as possible before the ecliptic meeting. Among them, the 8th style of the demonic sword technique, Nameless, was the focus of comprehension. He calmed his heart and immediately immersed himself in it. At the same time, in the nearby Heavenly Mystery civilization. In a restaurant, 3 people were drinking in a private room. "I have benefited a lot from Big Brother Ou Yi's guidance today. Let me offer you a toast to express my gratitude." A beautiful woman smiled as she toasted the man sitting across from her. The man was tall, and his whole body was emitting a metallic luster. He had a heroic expression on his face as he said heartily, "Sister Lan, you flatter me. The abilities of the three heroes of the heavenly mystery civilization are almost the same. How can we talk about guidance? It's just an exchange. On the other side, a pale-faced scholar sighed. Big brother Ouyi is too modest. In the entire heavenly mystery civilization, you are probably the only one who thinks that the three of us are almost the same in terms of abilities. The charming woman smiled bitterly. Big brother Ouyi is a powerhouse ranked 100 on the ecliptic list, while we can hardly even make it into the top 200. We are far inferior to you. Ouyi Huanyun shook his head disapprovingly. There is always someone better out there. I am only standing in the top 100, and I can be kicked down at any time. It's not worth mentioning. One day, I will fight my way into the top 10. Only then will I have the right to look down on everyone. The pale-faced scholar said, Big brother Ouyi, you don't have to be so humble. Do you know how difficult it is to get into the top 100 of the ecliptic list? The top 100 are firmly controlled by the geniuses nurtured by the ecliptic palace. To be able to fight into the top 100 is to bring glory to our civilization. The top 100 of the ecliptic list were mostly controlled by the geniuses nurtured by the ecliptic palace. Very few geniuses from other civilizations could fight their way into the top 100. It could be said that Ouyi Huanyun's name was earth-shattering, and he had gained face for the half-path children of civilization who had been suppressed by him. You're exaggerating. Ouyi Huanyun was speaking when his servant suddenly ran over and knocked on the door. The charming woman opened the door and frowned. What's the rush? Your master hasn't drunk enough yet. The servant was out of breath. No. I'm not urging master to go back, but something big has happened. There are rumors outside that the ecliptic list has changed. If it changed, then so be it. Why did you lose your composure? The charming woman did not think much of it. Did the hundreds of rankings change? It's the top 100, the servant said. The charming woman's expression changed slightly. There's such a thing. The top 100 rarely changed. Usually, it would not change even after hundreds of years. Then whose name is it? It's master. He was defeated by someone called the Rain Immortal. Hearing this, the charming woman was finally surprised. Who did it? I think he should be almost 200 years old. If that's the case, it's not a big deal. Big brother Ouyi only cultivated for 100 years, while the other party relied on time to settle down. It's not a big deal for him to be a little stronger. No. The outside world is saying that the Rain Immortal is only 80 years old. What? 80 years old? The charming woman was shocked. Ouyi Huanyun put down his wine cup and raised his head with a smile. I already said that there's always someone better. I didn't expect him to be defeated so quickly. I think it's very likely that the other party came from the Ecliptic Temple, or the top 10 civilizations. Only those places could nurture such a young supreme prodigy. No. The other party succeeded in the Ecliptic Temple of the Four Symbols civilization. This time, Ouyi Huanyun was also shocked. The Four Symbols civilization. That civilization that's about to fall out of the top 100? I remember that the strongest prodigy of the current generation of this civilization should be called. The charming woman added in disdain, Yun Zhantian. Yes, that's him. The charming woman snorted. Yun Zhantian is nothing. I can beat him down within 10 moves. How could he defeat Big Brother Ouyi's projection? The pale-faced scholar nodded. Yes, the possibility of him is very low. Ouyi Huanyun slowly stood up and said, this martial arts exchange can't continue anymore. I have to personally go to the Ecliptic Temple to see what kind of person that person is. I'll also go and see what kind of person it is. The martial arts exchange ended abruptly. After arriving at the Ecliptic Temple of the Heavenly Legacy Civilization, Ouyi Huanyun paid the fee and came to the arena. He said, challenge the 100th place, the Rain Immortal. The person in charge activated a mechanism, and a blurry figure was projected. Oh! And he's hiding his identity. Ouyi Huanyun jumped onto the arena, slightly surprised. Usually, the image would be very clear. However, if the owner of the image wanted to hide their identity, why would the image become blurry? Chapter 2028. His body released the power of a mid-stage 4-crown emperor, and he released level 6 laws. He predicted that although the other party could defeat him, it would not be easy. Demonic Sword Technique's 7th move, Bury the Heavens. A sword image that could destroy heaven and earth slashed out from the projection. Ouya Huanyun's expression changed drastically. He used the chains of laws to block, but the sword chi still pierced through his body. Although it was an illusion and did not cause any damage to his body, the person in charge of evaluation said, Ouya Huanyun has lost. One move. Only one move. The charming woman and the pale-faced scholar who were watching from the side secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. This person defeated Ouya Huanyun in one move without using any laws. His true strength should be able to rank in the top 50, since when had such a peerless prodigy appeared in their half-Dao civilization? Ouya Huanyun was stunned for a long time before he smiled bitterly and jumped off the stage. I really shouldn't have come. He had suffered a heavy blow. The beautiful woman walked over and comforted him. Big brother Ouya, the other party is most likely a prodigy from the Ecliptic Palace who wants to suppress the prodigies of our civilization. Losing to them is not a big deal. The pale-faced scholar said, with the foundation of the Ecliptic Palace, it is normal for them to nurture such a prodigy. It's normal to cultivate such a genius, so you don't have to worry about it, brother Ouyi. Just as they were talking, the person in charge walked over and sighed. Young Master Ouya, you have to continue working hard. As the leader of the Heaven's Secret 3 and the representative of the Heaven's Secret Civilization's younger generation, how could the person in charge of the Ecliptic Palace not recognize him? What does Lord Dugu mean? Ouya Huanyun also recognized the person in charge of the Ecliptic Palace and could hear the meaning in his words. The person in charge looked at the charming woman and the pale-faced scholar and said, I've communicated with Lord Huyun of the Four Symbols Civilization. This human called the Rain Immortal is not from the Ecliptic Palace. He's not even from the Half-Path Civilization. What? The three of them were shocked again. Not from the civilization? How is that possible? Other than the civilization, who can nurture such a young 4-crown emperor? If it was a 3-crown emperor, they might be able to barely reach that level due to their talent. However, it was too difficult for a 4-crown emperor. Ouya Huanyun's expression changed for a long time before he raised his head and smiled. I have enjoyed the resources of the civilization, but I am not even comparable to a person from a normal civilization. With his hands behind his back, he quickly left the branch hall. Big brother Ouyi, where are you going? The charming woman and the pale-faced scholar asked. The Four Symbols Civilization. A few days later. A blinding white light flashed through the Four Symbols Civilization's teleportation formation, and Ouya Huanyun appeared. His figure flickered continuously and he descended directly into the Four Symbol Mansion. I am Ouya Huanyun from the Fecta Civilization. I have come to pay a visit to young Master Yun Zhontian. Please inform him. Butler Qin expressed with respect, Young Master Ouyi, please wait for a moment. I'll report it to the people right away. How could Butler Qin not know what kind of person Ouya Huanyun was? He was one of the few prodigies from a half-path civilization that had made it into the top 100 of the ecliptic list. Furthermore, as the inheritor of the Fecta civilization, his status was quite high. Among the half-path civilizations, the Fecta civilization was ranked 50th, much stronger than the Four Symbols civilization that hovered around 100th. How could Butler Qin dare to slight the heir of such a civilization? Before long, Yun Zhantian and Yun Qianshuang both walked out, their faces filled with shock and respect. Welcome, young Master Ouyi. Please forgive me for not coming out to greet you. Yun Zhantian was somewhat overwhelmed by the favor. Someone from a half-path civilization like Ouya Huanyun usually disdained to make friends with people like him. Why would he suddenly pay a visit today? Yun Qianshuang was also extremely shocked. She had admired this young prodigy from the half-path civilization for many years. She never thought that she would be able to see him in person. For a moment, her eyes were sparkling, and her cheeks were slightly red. She said, Young Master Ouyi, please come in. The siblings hurriedly welcomed him into the Four Symbol Mansion's guest hall. In the hall, the mansion master, Yun Qianxiong, stood up to welcome him. Young Master Yi, how could you bear to come to such a bitter and cold place like the Four Symbols civilization? He had a polite and warm smile on his face. He was happy to personally receive such an outstanding junior like Ouya Huanyun. Huanyun, sorry for the intrusion, Ouya Huanyun said politely. Yun Chenxiong laughed. It is the honor of the Four-Symbol Mansion that young Master Yi is willing to come. Servants, bring the best spirit tea. The group sat down and conversed harmoniously. Yun Chenxiong kept sizing up Ouya Huanyun and couldn't help but praise him in his heart. Not only was Ouya Huanyun's strength outstanding, but his character and breadth of mind were also first-rate. He couldn't help but praise him even more. He glanced at his son and was also looking forward to it. He really hoped that his son would be able to make friends with a current prodigy like Yun Chenxiong. Young Master Yi, since you're here, let War Sky and Chen Shuang accompany you for a walk. What do you think of the Four Symbols civilization? I'll order people to prepare some good food and wine. Ouya Huanyun said, wait, uncle. Actually, I came here because I have something to ask you and your son. Oh. Please speak. Yun Chenxiong's eyes flashed slightly. He already had some ideas. Someone like Ouya Huanyun wouldn't come here for no reason. His goal should be related to the drastic change in the ecliptic rankings a few days ago. Huanyun would like to ask the two of you if you know that Rain Immortal. As expected, Ouya Huanyun had come for the Rain Immortal. Yun Chenxiong stroked his beard and shook his head lightly. Unfortunately, we also really want to know who this reclusive expert is and why he would challenge the ecliptic rankings in our Four Symbols civilization. This person's appearance had greatly shocked the Four Symbols civilization. He had personally gone to the Ecliptic Palace's branch to inquire about this person, hoping to invite him to the Four Symbols mansion as a guest. Unfortunately, the branch had kept his identity a secret and wouldn't reveal anything. Yun Zhantian also revealed a hint of reverence and said, I didn't think that our Four Symbols civilization would be so fortunate to have such a prodigy. It's truly regretful that I couldn't meet him. Ouya Huanyun was disappointed to hear this father and son say this. He had specially rushed over in hopes of inquiring about the Rain Immortal from the Four Symbols mansion. He wanted to have a face-to-face conversation with this Rain Immortal. Unfortunately. If that's the case, then I'll have to trouble you. Ouya Huanyun stood up. Yun Chenxiong said, Young Master Huanyun, why are you in such a hurry to leave? You can leave after eating. I appreciate your kindness, but I still have matters to attend to. I won't disturb you any longer. Ouya Huanyun tactfully declined and cupped his hands to bid farewell. Yun Chenxiong sighed inwardly. In the end, someone like Ouya Huanyun still looked down on the Four Symbols mansion. After he left, Yun Chenxiong said, Tian you must work hard. If you can be like the Rain Immortal, why would the Four Symbols mansion lack connections? Yun Zhantian smiled bitterly. Father, you've personally seen the Rain Immortal's projection. His true ranking is far more than 100. He should be within the top 50. Currently, I can barely stand at the 180th position. It's too far away from him. Yun Chenxiong sighed. Talent was not something that could be forced. He could only be envious. After a pause, he frowned and said, Chen Shuang, did that Su guy really not come to the Four Symbols mansion again? 5 days had already passed. He had predicted that the young sect master would return to ask for an invitation. However, he didn't. He couldn't help but be slightly worried. Yun Chenxuang was still thinking about Ouya Huanyun's figure. When she suddenly heard this, her face immediately darkened. Don't ask me. She was angry. Everything was fine, but he had driven him away. Look at him now. The elder's lifespan was coming to an end. He didn't have another 100 years to live. It might not be possible to find the Pathmaster's bone again in 100 years. Yun Zhantian snorted. Who does he think he is? He's upset just because he spoke the truth. We didn't mistreat him. Yun Chenxiong shook his head. This person is too narrow-minded. He doesn't listen to harsh advice. He's not a promising person. Hearing this, Yun Chenxuang did not say a word. She only laughed coldly in her heart. What a joke. He had trampled on his dignity and driven him away, and now he was blaming him for being narrow-minded. Her father and brother probably took the Four Symbols Mansion's identity too seriously, so they didn't feel that it had hurt Su Yu's dignity. She slowly stood up and said, "Do as you wish. I've already tried my best to help the elder. If he blames me in the future, it has nothing to do with me." Now, the elder was still searching for the Pathmaster's bone. If he had found it, it would have been fine. If he had not found it and learned that the Four Symbols Mansion had rejected the Pathmaster's bone, who knew how he would feel? Removing Yun Qianxiong from the Mansion Master's position in a fit of rage would be considered a light punishment. Hearing this, Yun Qianxiong's expression darkened. He was slightly regretful. He had not expected the young faction master to have such a strong ego. He had merely not condescended, and the other party had left in a fit of pique. Even now, he did not feel that he had done anything wrong. "Send people to look around. Be polite," Yun Qianxiong said, waving his hand. Yun Qianxuang shook her head. It would be useless even if they found it. Su Yu could not exchange it with the Four Symbols Mansion. Displeased, Yun Qianxuang walked into the market alone to stroll around. Back to Su Yu. After training in seclusion for a few days, he woke up from his meditation and sighed. The eighth style is different from the previous sword techniques. Building a cart behind closed doors will not work. He tried to comprehend the nameless style of the demonic sword technique, but it required improvement in actual combat. It was completely different from the previous sword techniques. It would be difficult to cultivate it successfully just by comprehending it. After thinking for a while, he left the house. His personal maid stood quietly outside the house, waiting for Su Yu's summons to serve him. "Let me ask you, is there any place in the Four Symbols civilization that is suitable for sparring?" The maid thought about it seriously and said, "Young master, when you say sparring, do you mean with people or objects?" "With people," Su Yu said. Humans were far more flexible than mechanical puppets, so they were more suitable for sparring. If you're talking about people, I recommend the infinite stairs of our civilization. It is a sacred place for sparring, and there are people of all levels of cultivation there, including the level of the Four Crowns Emperor. Su Yu's eyes lit up, and he asked for more details. The infinite stairs was a sacred place for sparring, built by the Four Symbols civilization's masters for dozens of generations. Once inside, no matter how serious their injuries were, as long as they left the stairs, they would recover in an instant. Therefore, they were not afraid of fighting to the death inside. When sparring, people rarely used their full strength because they had to consider whether they would cause harm to the other party. Chapter 2029. In this way, the effect of honing oneself would be weakened. As for the immeasurable stairs, it did not matter if the two sides fought to the death, as it could stimulate the potential of the sparring participants. Therefore, it was not an exaggeration to call it a sacred place for sparring. However, not everyone could enter the immeasurable stairs. First, it cost 10 Dao coins to enter once. Second, before entering, one had to undergo a cultivation test. According to the strength of the test, one would be sent to different levels of the stairs. The martial artists on the different levels of the stairs had different cultivation levels. This ensured that the martial artists on the same level were of equal strength, and it was meaningful to spar. If the difference in strength between the two sides was too great, the spar would become meaningless. After understanding this, he moved to the Great Hall at the foot of the immeasurable stairs. Inside the Great Hall, groups of people were waiting to be tested. Su Yu put them in his pocket, paid the 10 Dao coins, and waited patiently. Their method of testing was to randomly pair up the people who were preparing to enter and fight each other. You, the two of you, come over and spar. I will evaluate your strength and send you to the corresponding stairs, the person in charge of the testing said to Su Yu and the other young man wearing a bamboo hat. He probably felt that the two of them were young and that the difference in cultivation levels would not be too great. Su Yu sized them up and gently nodded. You go first, it's best if you use your full strength. Don't worry about me, the bamboo hat man said confidently. Su Yu muttered to himself. He had wanted to say the same thing. In the Four Symbols civilization, there should not be anyone stronger than him among his peers. But since the other party had said it first, there was nothing to argue about. After thinking for a moment, He did not even take out his Shura sword. Then be careful. The bamboo hat man did not say a word, his body surging with a desolate power to protect his body. Nirvana of the evil dragon. Su Yu's arm turned into a dragon claw, carrying the strength of an early-stage 4-crown divine warrior as he attacked. The bamboo hat man was slightly shocked. He hurriedly put down his hands behind his back, hurriedly blocking. Bang! The bamboo hat man was forced back a few steps, secretly surprised. Apart from Yun Zhantian, the 4-symbol civilization still has a youth like you? His desolate power doubled, and he used a powerful divine technique. Su Yu did not say a word, still using his tyrannical dragon body to fight. This time, both of them took several steps back. Su Yu was slightly surprised. The 4-symbol civilization was really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. He had actually met a strong man of the 4 Crowns Emperor realm who was about the same age as him. What he didn't know was that the man in bamboo hat was even more surprised. That attack just now contained 30% of his strength, but it was actually unable to do anything to someone of the same generation. In the Fector civilization, there were only a handful of people like that. Who would have thought that he would meet one of them so casually? He was none other than Ouya Huanyun. Since he could not find the Rain Immortal, he came to the famous sparring holy land of the 4-symbol civilization to try his luck and find a few 4-crown emperors to spar with before leaving. Who knew that he would run into a young heaven's favorite in the testing hall? This was truly unexpected. I don't believe it. Ouya Huanyun, who had intended to attack casually, suddenly became serious, and said, "Be careful." He released all of his cultivation and took the initiative to attack. Su Yu was not afraid at all. He activated the dragon power in his body to resist the attack. Bang! The battle between the two of them caused space to tremble violently, and the entire hall emitted muffled sounds that were extremely ear-piercing and caused everyone to be surprised and bewildered. What's going on? 2 top experts of the younger generation? Isn't this strength a little too exaggerated? Ouya Huanyun retreated 100 feet, truly shocked. Even with 50% of his strength, he still could not do anything to his opponent. Who the hell is this guy? However, his fighting spirit was stimulated, and he raised his head and laughed. Ha ha ha, again, that's enough. The person in charge stopped him in time. Both of your cultivations are very powerful. You can go to the golden stairs, and you can go to the silver stairs. Ouya Huanyun was qualified to go to the golden stairs, and Su Yu could go to the silver stairs. The immeasurable stairs were divided into 9 stages. There were 9 stages: black iron, silver, gold, crystal, mysterious water, and mountain. The black iron stage was only suitable for 3-crown emperors to spar with. The silver stage was suitable for early stage 4-crown emperors. The gold stage was suitable for mid-stage 4-crown emperors. The mysterious water stage was suitable for late-stage 4-crown emperors. The mountain stage was suitable for early-stage 5-crown emperors. The person in charge of the testing was quite discerning. Even though Ouya Huanyun had concealed his strength, he could still roughly estimate his cultivation level. As for Su Yu, he had concealed his strength too well, so he had not been detected. May I ask how I should address you? Ouya Huanyun was quite interested. Su Yu. So it's Brother Su. Your strength is not bad, and you should be among the top of the 4-crown emperors. Ouya Huanyun commented. Work hard, I have high hopes for you. Su Yu nodded. You flatter me. The other party had only used half of his strength, while Su Yu had used less than 10%. If he had been a little more serious, the man in the bamboo hat before him would not have survived a single move. Haha, I'll go first, Ouya Huanyun said, disappearing at the entrance of the immeasurable stairs. Su Yu followed closely behind. With a teleportation, he appeared on a silver-white flight of stairs. The silver stairs had 9 stages in total. Each stage was extremely large, spanning millions of mountains and rivers, enough for the divine warriors to fight to their heart's content. The higher the silver stairs, the higher the martial artist's strength. Su Yu was a newcomer climbing the stairs for the first time, so he appeared on the first stage. If he wanted to climb to a higher stage, he would need to win more than 10 battles on this stage. Once he had completed the 9 silver stages, he would be able to enter the golden stage. A newcomer. It can't be, he looks so young. A middle-aged martial artist with a long rat's tail and a sharp mouth noticed Suyu, and he was slightly surprised. He rolled his eyes, walked over, and said, "Lad, do you know the rules for newcomers?" Suyu's face was calm. "Oh, tell me about it." "The rule is that newcomers must be sparring with the seniors first. Do you have any objections?" Generally speaking, the people who had been here for a long time were much stronger than the newcomers. Sparring with the seniors would usually lead to a miserable ending. "I have no objections," Suyu said. He had come here to find someone to spar with. "Hihi, then let me, as the senior, go first," the rat's tail said. The martial artists who had just arrived were secretly cursing their bad luck. Rat Buwei beat him to it again. He even ran into a young newcomer. What good luck! It turned out that there was a limit to the spars in the immeasurable stairs. Every time one entered, they could only lose 10 battles in a row. Once they exceeded the limit, they would be transported out. There was only one way to prolong the spars, and that was to win 3 battles. If they won 3 battles, they would have one more chance to lose. However, the people here were all seniors, and they knew each other very well. They were all extremely cunning, and they had to rack their brains to win a battle. Therefore, they were more than happy to be able to spar with a newcomer. The rat's tail man was very lucky, as he was the first to challenge Suyu. Swish! Suyu drew the Azura sword and swung it around. He said, "I'm ready. Let's begin." Rat Buwei chuckled. "Don't you need the rules?" "No." "Oh, then I'm going to use them." "Suit yourself," Suyu said calmly. Rat Buwei was overjoyed. Such an arrogant newcomer was simply here to give away his point. Black fog rules. Rat Buwei attacked without warning, and a chain of rules shot toward Suyu. Suyu's expression was calm as he swept the Azura sword across the air. Nameless. The sword technique was ordinary, and there were no fancy moves. It was just an ordinary, nameless move. However, the sword technique contained an extremely simple and mysterious trajectory. Without any burst of sword energy or power, Rat Buwei, who was charging toward Suyu, was suddenly annihilated along with his rules. He had been killed on the spot. Not far away, Rat Buwei's figure reformed, unharmed. But his face was filled with terror. The few veterans watching from the side were even more terrified, and they frantically retreated with pale faces. Suyu's eyes were filled with disappointment. Too weak. His sword technique had not been completed, and even the rat's tail man could not withstand it. Such a sparring session would be of no use in improving his sword techniques. "Let's try again after entering the golden stairs," Suyu said calmly. He then lifted his eyes to look at the group of veterans and asked, "Next, which old man should I spar with?" "Run. We've met a monster. Let's go." The group of seniors scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing as fast as they could. Suyu sighed, raised the Azura sword, and said, "Nameless." He used his sword technique again, and wherever he passed, the seniors were all killed with a single strike. Before long, the first silver stair was filled with wails and howls of agony. After killing 10 people, the second silver stair finally opened up for Suyu to ascend. He was expressionless as he headed straight for the second level. The seniors on the first level patted their chests, still fearful. "Damn it, what a fierce person." Just as they finished speaking, suddenly, the second level was filled with cries and screams of terror. The seniors looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. Just like that, the 9th silver stair continued to rise, the screams of agony rising and falling. Before long, at the first gold stair, Suyu killed a 4-crown middle stage divine warrior with a single strike. His eyes were filled with disappointment. Still too weak. Nameless had not succeeded in his training, but a 4-crown middle stage divine warrior was no match for him. It looked like he could only head to the higher crystal staircase and find a 4-crown late-stage divine warrior to spar with. He raised the Azura sword once again, ferociously defeating everyone he met along the way, continuously ascending to the higher gold stair. After leaving the golden staircase, the entire gold stair was in an uproar. On the 6th level, Uya Huanyun was panting heavily, hiding in a secret place to rest. He had been looking down on everyone along the way, successfully killing his way from the 1st level to the 6th level. But just now, he had met a fierce person at the 6th level, and his abilities were extremely strong. Both of them were middle-stage 4-crown divine warriors, but he was no match for the other party. He had already been killed once. But the other party saw that he was a newbie and did not let him go. It was not easy for him to escape to this place, and he was temporarily safe. At that moment, there was a flash of light not far away. A shattered human figure reformed, still screaming in pain. Looking at it, Ouya Huanyun's mouth twitched. It was the person who had been chasing him. He was about to escape when he suddenly realized something was wrong. He was secretly shocked. He was killed by someone? This person's abilities were extremely close to a 4-crown late-stage divine warrior. Who was powerful enough to kill him? Chapter 2030. Ouya Huanyun left quietly. What shocked him was that along the way, many of the martial artists were not in the mood to continue sparring. Instead, they were huddled together, discussing intensely. He went forward to listen, and learned that a monster had just appeared at the 6th level of gold, with terrifying, heaven-defying sword techniques. Anyone who tried to stop him would die. After killing 10 people, he climbed all the way to the 7th level. Luckily, I ran fast, a martial artist said, grinning. Otherwise, I would have been hacked to death. You are all lucky, but I was unlucky. I was killed for no reason. Ha ha ha, who asked you to provoke us first? Hearing their description, Ouya Huanyun was secretly surprised. The 4 Symbols civilization is full of experts. A swordsmanship expert can appear at any time. The figure of Yu Xian appeared in his mind. She was also an expert swordsman, and she had also killed him with a single strike. However, from their description, this person's sword techniques were even more terrifying, far superior to Yu Xian's. They were probably not the same person. Calming himself down, he continued to look for people to spar with. Meanwhile, Su Yu had already charged up the mysterious water stairs. Those who could enter the stairs were most likely at the later stage of the 4-crown divine warriors. Without sword techniques, Su Yu could only use the nirvana of the evil dragon to contend with them. But with Nameless, that might not be the case. Not long after, Su Yu met a later stage divine warrior with 4 crowns. The two of them politely nodded at each other, then began to exchange pointers. Junior, you go first. The newcomer was a middle-aged man in his 50s. His whole body was surrounded by a faint light, and he looked extremely powerful. He was a little confused. The junior in front of him had cultivated for less than 100 years. How could he have ascended the mysterious water stairs? There must be a loophole somewhere. He might have to send him back. The mysterious water stairs were no joke. Any one of them could pose a life-threatening danger to this kid. Su Yu nodded. Yes. His opponent was a 4-crown divine warrior, so he did not dare be careless. Boom, he released all the desolate power in his body, gathering it in the Azura sword. Hey! A 4-crown divine warrior? Which family are you from? The middle-aged man could not help but be surprised. A 4-crown divine warrior who was less than 100 years old. This kind of talent was indeed terrifying. However, his cultivation was nothing in his eyes. He smiled and said, "Go all out." He did not even release his great desolation power, intending to take it head-on with his body. Su Yu calmly said, "You'd better be more cautious, lest you get hurt." "Haha, don't worry, I know what I'm doing," the middle-aged man said confidently. How powerful could a 4-crown emperor at the early stages be? Demonic sword technique, Nameless. Su Yu nodded his head and struck out with his sword. The Shura sect sword drew a marvelous trajectory that seemed ordinary and unremarkable. The middle-aged man suddenly felt a great danger approaching. His heart raced, and he hurriedly circulated his great desolation force to protect his body. At the same time, he took out a level 5 law in front of him. Bang! However, he seemed to have suffered some kind of invisible attack. The desolate power on the surface of his body was forcefully cut open and struck his true body. His entire body was sent flying as if he had been electrocuted. Not far away, the middle-aged man crawled up with a horrified expression. "Is that a law?" The power of the other party's swordsmanship was comparable to the power of Law's. What was even more terrifying was that the other party was only an early-stage four-crown emperor, yet he could shake a late-stage four-crown emperor like him. Although, he was mainly defending and did not attack. "That's why I told you to be careful," Su Yu said. The middle-aged man's expression changed again and again, and he finally became serious. He released the great desolation force of a late-stage four-crown emperor, and even used his law. "All right, then I'll be serious. Giant wood law." The middle-aged man's law chain swept out. Su Yu's expression was calm, and he used the same sword technique. Clang. The trajectory and the law chain collided, and the latter was repelled. The fight between the two could be considered a draw. This was the result that Su Yu wanted. Only with equal strength could he hone his swordsmanship. Nameless. He struck out with his sword again. The middle-aged man was surprised and amused. "Good lad, so you thought of me as a sword practitioner. All right, let me see how exquisite your swordsmanship is." He used his full strength, and even the movement technique of a four-crown emperor was activated, displaying the extraordinary strength of a late-stage four-crown emperor. Su Yu thought for a moment, then activated the yin-yang wings of Supreme Pole, but only suppressed his speed to that of a late-stage four-crown emperor. So fast. The middle-aged man was shocked again, and he became serious. If he was careless today, he might really fail miserably. The two exchanged more than 100 blows, and they were evenly matched. It wasn't until 1,000 rounds later that a hint of victory and defeat finally appeared. Nameless. Su Yu struck out with his sword again. Different from the previous trajectory, this time the trajectory flickered with a faintly discernible afterimage. Su Yu caught a glimpse of the afterimage, and he understood. The essence of this sword technique might be to grasp the direction of the afterimage. He secretly remembered the direction of the afterimage, and struck out with his sword. Creak, the middle-aged man's law was not only struck back, but it also struck his body, sending him flying. The desolate power on the surface of his body was destroyed, and his body was injured by the recoil. Cough cough. The middle-aged man was shocked. In just half a day of sparring, Su Yu's strength had risen at a speed visible to the naked eye. A bitter smile crossed his face. "There is no need to continue, I have lost." Su Yu put away his sword, cupping his hands. "Thank you for letting me win, however, I am not the strongest in the first level of mysterious water. If you were to meet someone else, you might not be able to win." "Just what I wanted. Thank you for your guidance," Su Yu said, then turned to find someone else to spar with. Not long after, somewhere in the first level, Su Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, staring at the opponent in front of him. He was also a four-crown late-stage divine warrior, but his strength was much stronger than the middle-aged man he had met before. In their first exchange, he was at a complete disadvantage. Again, Su Yu was not discouraged, and continued to hone his sword techniques in actual combat. 3 days later, creak, a thick afterimage streaked across Su Yu's Azura sword. The strongest four-crown late-stage divine warrior of the first level fell to the ground. Su Yu's clothes were torn, his body covered in injuries that were neither light nor heavy. His face showed signs of weakness. "I have already reached the threshold, but there is still a long way to go before I can master my sword techniques." Su Yu took a deep breath, muttering to himself. Looking at the higher mysterious water stairs, he clenched his teeth and rushed to the second level. The strong fighters of the second level were not only more powerful, but also had rich battle experience. Su Yu's single sword technique put him at a complete disadvantage in actual combat. "Hehe, you want to practice with me? You don't know your place." Nameless technique. Su Yu was determined. No matter how much pain he endured, he clenched his teeth and persevered. 3 days later, the 10th opponent fell to Su Yu's sword. Even though it took a lot of effort, and both sides fought for more than 1,000 rounds before narrowly winning, it was still a victory. His sword techniques were improving at a speed visible to the naked eye. The third level. "I'm coming." For a full 30 days, Su Yu had experienced hundreds of battles, and every battle was thrilling and incomparably difficult. Especially in the last battle, he had encountered a peak late-stage divine warrior with unfathomable abilities. He had narrowly escaped death several times, and died at his hands. The two sides fought for an entire day, and at the last moment of life and death, Su Yu captured the last afterimage and killed it with his perfect sword techniques. His white robes were stained with fresh blood. Finally, perfect. Su Yu let out a long sigh. A month of training had not been in vain. The 8th style of the demon sword technique, perfect. Just by relying on the demon sword technique, he was invincible under the 5-crown divine warrior. He did not know what his chances of winning against an early-stage divine warrior would be if he went all out. Looking at the heavy mountain steps, which was a level higher, he pondered for a moment before stepping up. The heavy mountain steps could only be ascended by 5-crown divine warriors. In the 4-symbol civilization, 5-crown divine warriors were rare. Coincidentally, the number of 5-crown divine warriors sparring on the immeasurable stairs was even rarer. As such, Su Yu did not find a single 5-crown divine warrior when he swept his gaze across the area. Just as he was about to retreat, he suddenly felt a powerful wave of energy from a 5-crown divine warrior. With a thought, he wore a long black robe, concealing his body. Martial artists at the level of 5-crown divine warriors were most likely from the 4-symbol manner. It was best not to reveal his true abilities to them. After concealing his appearance, Su Yu hurried over. He discovered that it was the master of the 4-symbol manner, Yun Chenxiong, sparring with a middle-aged 5-crown divine warrior. Of course, rather than sparring, it was more like giving pointers. After sparring for some time, Yun Chenxiong forced him to retreat, saying, "Second brother's abilities are improving very quickly. I believe that you will enter the 2nd level of the heavy mountain steps soon." That middle-aged man was Yun Chenxiong's brother, Yun Jinghong. Yun Jinghong sighed. "In front of Big Brother, my abilities are nothing. I can't even share Big Brother's burden." Yun Chenxiong was a peak 5-crown divine warrior. A beginner like him was nothing. "You can't say that," Yun Chenxiong said modestly. "I am usually busy, and it was you who guided Yun Zhantian and Yun Chenxiong in their cultivation. Without you, their cultivation might have fallen behind." Yun Jinghong said modestly, "Big Brother, you flatter me. Those 2 children are quite talented. I merely guided them a little. It is nothing." As the master of the 4-symbol manner, Yun Chenxiong was responsible for the affairs of the 4-symbol civilization. He was usually very busy, only occasionally having the time to guide the 2 children in their cultivation. It was all thanks to his younger brother that their cultivation levels did not fall behind. It was completely reasonable to say that he was the teacher of the 2 children. "I still have one last chance to spar. Big Brother, let's have another match," Yun Jinghong said. He had already lost to Yun Chenxiong 9 times in a row. He only had one more chance before he would lose his last chance to spar and be transported away. Yun Chenxiong calmly waved his hands. "The difference between our abilities is too great. Sparring with me will not be of much use. It is more suitable to spar with someone of the same level." As he spoke, they both sensed Su Yu's arrival. "You are the 5-crown divine warrior of the 4-symbol manner?" Yun Jinghong looked at the other party, slightly surprised. Since Su Yu could reach the stairs to the heavy mountain, he was undoubtedly a 5-crown divine warrior. However, the 5-crown divine warriors of the 4-symbol civilization should all be from the 4-symbol manner. What did he mean by wearing a black robe? "I am not from the 4-symbol manner, and my cultivation level is not that of a 5-crown divine warrior," Su Yu calmly said. "Oh!" Yun Chenxiong and Yun Jinghong were both surprised. Could he be an outsider who had ascended the heavy mountain? Chapter 2031. "Are you here to spar with me?" Yun Jinghong asked. Su Yu nodded. "Yes." Thinking for a moment, Yun Jinghong calmly said, "All right, since I have no one to spar with, I'll give you some pointers. Make your move." Su Yu took out the Azura sword, his desolate energy gushing forth. Demon sword technique 8th style, nameless. He swung his sword with all his might. A series of afterimages drew out an extremely mysterious arc. The calm expression of Yun Jinghong suddenly changed. He immediately gathered a layer of desolate energy on the surface of his body. But how could he completely block the attack in such a short time? He felt as if he was being cut by thousands of sharp blades. The desolate energy he had just gathered was dispersed as it landed on his body. Ding, 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 with the sound of metal striking metal, Yoon Jinghong's clothes were shredded, revealing his powerful physique. Streaks of crimson sword marks blossomed on his body like bamboo shoots after a rain. His body was forced back by the sword energy. Su Yu's eyes flashed. Evil dragon Nirvana, he growled. His body suddenly grew taller, growing to a height of 30 feet. His entire body was covered in dense black dragon scales, his limbs turning into ferocious dragon claws. There was also a long dragon tail on his back. With a stomp of his feet, the ground shook violently. His body shot forward like a spring. Leaving behind an afterimage, he teleported in front of Yoon Jinghong, his dragon claws slamming toward his head. Yoon Jinghong was forced to retreat by the sword energy. He could not react in time and was sent flying by the dragon claws. His head felt dizzy. He was laughing in his heart. A dignified 5-crown emperor was actually defeated in front of a 4-crown emperor. Enough. His figure instantly disappeared, reappearing 10,000 feet away, preparing to put some distance between them. Unexpectedly, his opponent's movement technique was unbelievably fast. He had teleported a step earlier, but his opponent had arrived later, a dragon tail lashing at his waist. Thump, his body was sent flying. However, this was not the end. While he was still flying backward, the other party teleported and stepped on his chest. Thump, his entire body fell heavily to the ground. Yoon Jinghong was infuriated by Huang Xiaolong's attack. Just as he was about to retaliate, a 3-jong tall shadow suddenly appeared in his line of sight. The Azura sword in the shadow's hand slashed down viciously. Crack! Yoon Jinghong lost the protection of the prehistoric force, and a large patch of dark red sword marks appeared on his body again. Su Yu sighed. After all, their cultivations were too far apart. He used all of his strength, but was still unable to inflict any effective damage on the 5-crown emperor. At most, it was just a superficial wound. Sir, you are very strong. I admire you. Su Yu sheathed his Azura sword, and with a single thought, the immeasurable stairs detected his intention to leave and transported him out. Yoon Jinghong shouted, "Stop!" He crawled out of the deep pit, and the dark red sword marks on his body quickly disappeared without a trace. Where did this guy come from? Yoon Jinghong's face turned slightly red, and he laughed angrily. You beat me up and then ran. If word gets out, I'll lose all my face in the 4 symbols civilizations. Ha ha. Yoon Chenxiong, who was watching from the side, could not help but laugh out loud. To be honest, even he was shocked. The other party was a 4-crown emperor, but he could use his sword techniques and strange transformation techniques to beat up a 5-crown emperor. Although Yoon Jinghong did not have the chance to attack, it was unbelievable that he could force him to this extent. Brother, why didn't you stop him? Yoon Jinghong grumbled. How could he let the matter rest after suffering such a huge loss? Yoon Chenxiong said, if he wanted to leave, how could I stop him? Furthermore, I feel that you should remember this lesson. Don't let your guard down just because the enemy is weak. Yoon Jinghong's face turned red, and he said embarrassedly, this matter. I hope you can keep it a secret, especially not in front of those 2 children. Otherwise, I really would not have the face to see them. Ha ha. Yoon Chenxiong laughed. At the foot of the immeasurable stairs, in the great hall, a white light flashed, and Su Yu appeared from the exit. Taking off the extremely black robe he was wearing, he walked out. Brother Su, I've been waiting for you for a while. A familiar voice entered his ears. Looking up, he saw that it was the bamboo hat youth who had entered the immeasurable stairs with him. What business do you have with me? Su Yu asked. Ha. Brother Su's abilities are extraordinary. I would like to spar with you again, the bamboo hat youth said. Su Yu laughed. Is the spar at the immeasurable stairs not enough to satisfy you? The bamboo hat youth sighed. Sigh, I was about to spar with 400 to 500 matches, and I was very interested. Who knew that I would run out of chances to spar with someone else? So you came looking for me? Su Yu could not help but smile. He probably felt that Su Yu could spar with him for a short while, and so he specifically waited for Su Yu. I'm sorry, I still have some matters to attend to. I'm afraid I have no time to spar. No matter. Let's find a place to drink and exchange our experiences on the immeasurable stairs, the bamboo hat youth said shamelessly. Suyu had a slight headache. Martial fanatics were harder to deal with than ruthless enemies. He could destroy the latter with one strike, but he could not do anything to the former. Unable to resist the youth's persistent pestering, he could only say, "All right." "Haha, Brother Su is straightforward. Let's go to the local Drunken Immortal Inn, my treat." The Drunken Immortal Inn was the property of a branch of the Ecliptic Palace. It was also the most luxurious inn in the Four Symbols civilization. A meal would cost at least 200 Dao coins. To an ordinary 4-crown emperor, this was a sky-high in that they could not afford. It was obvious that this person was not cheap. Before long, the two of them were drinking in the inn. "I see that Brother Su's physique is strong. You should be walking the path of physique, right?" The bamboo hat youth said as he thought about how Suyu had used his physique to defeat him, who was a level higher than him. Suyu thought for a moment, and did not deny it. You could say that. He had never specialized in cultivating physique, and his main cultivation technique was not physique, but sword techniques. Impressive. With your combined abilities, I estimate that you can enter the top 150 of the ecliptic list. Brother Su, are you willing to try? You flatter me. How could my abilities be that high? Suyu said modestly. The bamboo hat youth laughed. Flatter me? That's not it. You could fight to a draw with someone ranked 101. It would be easy for you to enter the top 150. Suyu was slightly stunned, and said, 101. You are. The bamboo hat youth took off his bamboo hat, revealing his true appearance. He smiled. A nobody. I am Uye Huanyun, from the Tianji civilization. It's you. Suyu was slightly surprised. Uye Huanyun was slightly stunned. Oh. You know me. If he had not been paying attention to the ecliptic list for a long time, he should not have recognized him. Suyu found it funny. He had just kicked him out of the top 100 of the ecliptic list not long ago. How could he not recognize him? I have seen the image of you in the ecliptic palace. You are very powerful, Suyu said. Uye Huanyun smiled and said, looks like Brother Su is someone who understands the ecliptic rankings very well. Since that's the case, you should know that since you're able to fight to a draw with half of my strength, your chances of entering the 150th rank are rather high. Suyu smiled, but did not speak. Fight to a draw. He had not even used 10% of his abilities. Brother Uye is very powerful. I am impressed, Suyu said. Uye Huanyun waved his hand. What am I? Not to mention, I was recently kicked out of the top 100 by a mysterious heaven ruler. Suyu did not speak. That person is called Yuxian. Brother Su, since you are from the Four Symbols civilization, you should have heard of his name. Suyu's expression was calm as he nodded. I have heard of him. This person's sword techniques are superb. From what I can see, even the top 50 of the ecliptic list might not be a match for him, Uye Huanyun said. This time, I came to the Four Symbols civilization with the intention of paying a personal visit. I did not expect his identity to be so secretive that even the Four Symbols mansion did not know about it. What a pity. He did not know that Yuxian, whom he wanted to find, was sitting right in front of him. That Yuxian is actually not that powerful. I believe that Brother Uye will surpass him in the future. Uye Huanyun shook his head. It is impossible. The difference is too great. He looked at Suyu and laughed. But you, if you work hard, you can enter the top 100. I have high hopes for you. Thank you. Suyu smiled. Right, what level has Brother Su reached on the immeasurable stairs? Uye Huanyun asked. Suyu pondered for a moment. He had only managed to reach mysterious water level 9 before failing at the heavy mountain level 1. He said, I'm ashamed. I'm only at level 9. Uye Huanyun was not surprised. Based on what he and Professor Suyu could see, Suyu's abilities should be close to the top among the early stage 4-crown divine warriors. He praised, not bad, Brother Su. You managed to reach silver level 9 at the early stage of 4-crown divine warriors. You almost entered the ranks of the gold stairs. You are quite impressive. Su Yu was slightly startled, but he soon chuckled. He did not explain much, but asked, "Where is brother Yi? I'm only gold level rank 8. I can't compare to brother Su." Su Yu exclaimed inwardly. To be able to reach gold level 8 meant that this person was a top-notch existence among the middle stage 4-crown martial artists. "Brother Yi, you are too humble," Su Yu said. Next, the two of them exchanged their martial arts experiences. In the beginning, Huanyun thought that he should be the one to explain more. After all, his cultivation was higher than the others. However, who would have thought that after this exchange, Su Yu's understanding of the martial path would far surpass his? In particular, Su Yu was omniscient about the great ways of heaven and earth. In comparison, Huanyun's understanding of the martial path was like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. In the beginning, Huanyun still shared some of his own opinions. However, towards the end, it was Su Yu who spoke. Huanyun listened attentively most of the time, like a student listening to a teacher. After a long while, the sky gradually darkened. Su Yu said, "Why don't we call it a day? We will talk again if fate allows it." Huanyun woke up with a start. He felt a sense of loss in his heart. He sighed. "To think that brother Su is younger than me, but you are so knowledgeable and omniscient. I am ashamed. I was influenced by what I saw and heard from others," Su Yu said. "It is not a big deal." He had become a deity by using a myriad of paths. His understanding of the great ways of heaven was naturally far greater than that of ordinary people. Huanyun stared at Su Yu with deep admiration. Su Yu clearly had such talent and knowledge, but he was still so humble. He was completely unlike his peers. People of the same age more or less like to show off and be ostentatious to satisfy their vanity. Chapter 2032. The trip to the Four Symbols civilization was not in vain to get to know Brother Su. Huanyun sighed. Brother Su must be participating in the Ecliptic Palace Assembly, right? What do you think? Su Yu thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Huanyun was a good person, with a generous heart. There was nothing wrong with traveling with him. I still have a few friends who are still in the Tianji civilization. Ask them to come to the 4-star civilization and board the palace ship together. As the saying went, birds of a feather flocked together. A person like Huanyun would probably have good friends. Sure. Haha, it's a deal. Huanyun put on his bamboo hat again and left the Drunken Immortal Inn with Su Yu. As soon as they went downstairs, a group of men and women walked past them, laughing. Yun Qianshuang was among them. She had already walked far away, but she suddenly sensed something out of the corner of her eye. She turned around and looked at Su Yu in surprise. "Why are you here?" Su Yu stopped and said, "Drinking with a friend." "Friend?" She looked at the man in the bamboo hat beside him, then at the Drunken Immortal Inn, surprised. The Drunken Immortal Inn was extremely expensive. Even she could not bear to come unless there was an important gathering. Su Yu had just come to the Four Symbols civilization and certainly did not have any Dao coins on him. This friend must have paid for him. He really knew how to make friends, to make such rich friends in the blink of an eye. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that Su Yu really did know how to make powerful friends. There would always be some strong people around him, such as the hunters recently. "Haha, sister, I told you, if you give money to this kind of person, he will only spend it recklessly. He will never use it properly." A discordant voice came from among them. Su Yu looked over. It was Yun Zhantian. He was among them. Yun Zhantian looked Su Yu up and down, his eyes full of disdain. He had sensed that Yun Qianshuang had given Su Yu a bronze card, but had not stopped him. Now Su Yu had come to drink with his friends instead of cherishing the money he had received. Yun Qianshuang frowned. "Don't talk nonsense, he did not accept my money." "Is that so? That's even stranger. Where did he get the money to invite a friend to the Drunken Immortal Inn? Did you steal it?" Yun Zhantian looked at Su Yu from head to toe, speaking with deep meaning. Su Yu didn't utter a single word, as he didn't feel like explaining anything to such a person. However, Huanyun, who was standing at the side, could not stand it any longer. He calmly stared at Yun Zhontian and said, "Everything should be made clear before you speak. Slandering others is not something a gentleman would do. The wine is on me, why can't I?" Yun Zhontian did not think much of it. He glanced at Yun Zhontian and said indifferently, "With his identity and status, I know what kind of friends he can make. You can't afford the wine of the drunken immortal." Ouya Huanyun didn't say a word. He silently withdrew a bronze card and said indifferently, "I can still afford to pay for a meal. So, I hope that you can shut your mouth and stop talking nonsense, alright?" When everyone saw the bronze card in his hand, their expressions changed. A bronze card can only be obtained by storing at least 100,000 Dao coins, right? This kind of card is rare. Among the younger generation, almost no one has it, right? Yun Qianshuang and Yun Zhantian were also surprised. Even though they were the heirs to the Lord of Civilization, neither of them had ever obtained a bronze card. The person in front of them was about the same age as them. For him to be able to obtain a bronze card was enough to show that his status was extraordinary. Yun Zhontian's lips twitched a few times, but he didn't dare to continue. There were many crouching tigers and hidden dragons near the Half-Path Civilization and the Ecliptic Palace. Even though he was in the Four Symbols Civilization, Yun Zhontian didn't dare offend anyone. Yun Qianshuang hesitated for a moment, then said, "Su Yu, can we talk?" Su Yu nodded, walking over. "Is it about the Pathmaster's bone?" Yun Qianshuang was embarrassed. She glanced at her brother out of the corner of her eye, wishing she could tear him to pieces. Her father had already mobilized the entire city to search for Su Yu, but there had been no results. Now that they had finally met, he was actually mocking her. Did he think that he could definitely obtain the Pathmaster's bone if he defeated Su Yu? "I'm sorry, my brother." Yun Qianshuang found it hard to speak. Su Yu said indifferently, "Didn't I say it before? He didn't need you to apologize for his mistakes. You don't have to worry about the Pathmaster's bone. We can talk again when he learns how to speak." Even if the Four-Symbol Mansion's attitude was milder, even if they didn't give Su Yu an invitation, there was no harm in giving them some face. Yun Qianshuang was silent for a long time, then asked, "Where are you staying?" "Mingxin residence," Su Yu said. Yun Qianshuang couldn't help but be surprised. Mingxin residence was a place that only the Master of Civilization and the Ecliptic Palace's branch palace could stay in. Even if it was usually empty, they wouldn't lower their standards and allow anyone to move in. Yun Qianshuang's eyes were filled with shock as she looked at the man in the bamboo hat. This person's status wasn't ordinary. Not only could he stay in Mingxin residence, but he could also arrange for Su Yu, who was of mediocre abilities and low status, to stay there. This time, Su Yu had really made friends with a big shot. "Alright, I understand," Yun Qianshuang said. The two of them separated. Ouya Huanyun frowned. How does Brother Su know the people of the Four-Symbol Mansion? Moreover, they have a deep prejudice against you. With the talent that Su Yu had displayed, he would be heavily groomed by any faction he joined. How could he be short of money? The people of the Four-Symbol Mansion really looked down on him. "We met by chance and didn't have much interaction. It's normal that they don't understand my situation," Su Yu said. Ouya Huanyun suddenly understood. No wonder. Yun Qianshuang is still alright, but Yun Zhantian is really unworthy of praise. Why should I care about them? I won't have much interaction with them in the future. Ouya Huanyun agreed with this point. With Brother Su's potential, you are destined to be from two different worlds. Indeed, you won't have much interaction with them. During the martial arts exchange, Ouya Huanyun had attributed Su Yu's extraordinary background to his vast understanding of Su Yu. His future potential would definitely surpass the likes of Yun Zhantian. The two of them separated, and Su Yu returned to Mingxin residence. As he waited for the palace ship to arrive, he tidied up the nursery of the 9-jade spiritual pearl. He hadn't entered the nursery for more than 10 years. Other things were fine, but the 9-yin grass had probably grown crazily. The maturing period of this plant was very short. In the outside world, it would mature once every month. Now that so much time had passed, the nursery might have been occupied by the 9-yin grass, affecting the growth of the other plants. With a thought, he entered the 9-jade spiritual pearl. Unexpectedly, after entering the 9-jade spiritual pearl, he discovered that the nursery had been tidied up neatly. The excess 9-yin grass had been picked and piled beside the nursery. Xiao Dai. Su Yu's first thought was of her. Back then, Xiao Dai had said that she would awaken in a few years. Now that more than 10 years had passed, shouldn't she have broken out of her cocoon? But Su Yu shook his head slightly, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. It wasn't Xiao Dai. That fellow only knew how to eat. Since when did she know how to tidy the nursery? Suddenly, Su Yu creased his brows and appeared in front of the cottage. He saw a beautiful woman in a white robe carefully instructing a beautiful woman in a multicolored dress. The latter was only 20 years old. She had an oval face, fair and clean. Her eyes were also multicolored, as beautiful as crystals. Although her aura had changed greatly, he could confirm that she was Xiao Dai. However, the beautiful woman in white, who was so beautiful that she could topple nations, was extremely unfamiliar. Who are you? Su Yu stared at her coldly. The beautiful woman in white calmly raised her eyes. With just a glance, Su Yu was deeply immersed in them. He could not help but feel a surge of love. The enchantment path? Su Yu's eyes were slightly dazed, but he quickly regained his composure. Among the 10,000 paths that he had cultivated, one of them was the enchantment path. When other living creatures cultivated this path, they had to deliberately activate it in order to use it. Only one kind of living creature was born with it. The Fox clan. You haven't shown yourself for nearly 100 years. I thought you were dead, Su Yu said profoundly. Her identity was obvious. The 9-tailed white fox. The white fox that had been lodged in the 9-jade spiritual pearl should only have been left with a remnant soul. Unexpectedly, she had secretly recovered and could take human form. If I die, wouldn't it be too easy for you? The beautiful woman smiled sweetly, her eyes sparkling. Su Yu's eyes were calm as he stared at her. After a while, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She was still a remnant soul. Compared to the past, she was only slightly stronger. It seems like you have seen through me, the beautiful woman said slowly. In the past 100 years, your strength has changed dramatically. Su Yu said calmly, otherwise, you wouldn't have shown yourself, right? The beautiful woman covered her mouth and chuckled. It seems like you haven't forgotten our agreement. How could I forget? After all, this 9-jade spiritual pearl still doesn't belong to me, Su Yu said calmly. When he had obtained the 9-jade spiritual pearl, he had made an agreement with the true owner of this spiritual pearl, the 9-tailed white fox. Su Yu would bring her remains back to the demon clan, and the 9-jade spiritual pearl would truly belong to him. If he failed to fulfill the oath within 100 years, Su Yu would suffer the backlash of the oath. But presumably, the white fox had never expected that the insignificant human back then would grow to become the divine warrior of heaven and earth today. Those oaths could no longer bind Su Yu. It seems like you still remember. The beautiful woman said, there are only 23 years left of the 100-year agreement. Can you tell me where you are now? Su Yu said, I'm still a 5-star civilization. I'm barely close to the Zodiac Palace. The beautiful woman nodded slightly. Faster than I expected. After all, you escaped from the Dao Tai's cage. It wasn't easy for you to reach this place. Su Yu glanced at Xiao Dai. She must have told him. Your soul has recovered to this extent. In fact, you can attach yourself to the remains of the past and come back to life, right? Su Yu said meaningfully. No. The agreement remains, the beautiful woman said. The devastatingly beautiful woman said, compared to me, my clansmen need my remains more. So, please bring them back. After a moment, the beautiful woman looked at Su Yu's palm and said, can you let me see your right palm? Su Yu extended his palm without hesitation. Chapter 2033. It really is the mark of the Blood Lotus Dao demon. The beautiful woman looked serious. I didn't expect the Blood Lotus Dao demon to be found by you. So, is that box also in your hands? Su Yu's pupils shrank slightly. The beautiful woman chuckled. Don't be nervous, I can't take it away. However, the thing in that box is very ominous. I think you should have sensed it, right? Indeed, the higher his cultivation, the more he sensed the ominous feeling in the box. If there was no accident, there must be something very dangerous inside. Do you want to know what's inside? The beautiful woman asked with a smile. Suyu regained his composure and said, You won't tell me now. Haha, when you send me back to the demon dimension, I will not only tell you what's inside, but also tell you how to take it out safely. She knew it would be like this. The original oath could no longer bind Suyu, so she used a new condition to entice him to fulfill the promise. Okay. In fact, even if she didn't tell Suyu, he would still keep his promise and continue to fulfill the promise. After reaching a new agreement, Suyu looked at Xiao Dai. Compared to the past, Xiao Dai was much more demure now. She had an indescribably noble temperament, like a queen. When he was talking to the beautiful woman, Xiao Dai didn't interrupt at all. She was extremely well-mannered. Compared to the past Xiao Dai, she was like heaven and earth. Mortal, who allowed you to stare at me? Xiao Dai said with a noble face. Suyu couldn't help but laugh. The greedy little girl from back then had grown into a noble queen overnight. Don't show your ugly smile in front of me. Who is noble? Xiao Dai said elegantly and coldly. Suyu smiled. With a thought, he retrieved a bottle of level 9 potion from the outside world. Ah, I want to eat. Xiao Dai stood up immediately and threw herself at him, snatching the level 9 potion into her hands. Her elegant and cold temperament disappeared in an instant. When she came back to her senses, Xiaojia's oval face instantly turned red. She said bitterly, You did it on purpose. Suyu smiled. Then you can give the potion back to me. You are despicable. You are shameless. You exposed the scars of my childhood. As Xiao Dai spoke, she poured the level 9 potion into her mouth and mumbled, I won't compromise, I definitely won't. Suyu laughed. Yes, yes, yes. You will never compromise. After saying that, Suyu returned to the outside world with a smile. The monster realm? Then, I really need to prepare well, Suyu muttered to himself. Closing his eyes, Suyu began to train silently. Just one day before the palace ship arrived, a maid from Mingshan residence suddenly knocked on the door. Young master, there's a friend of yours outside. He's been waiting for you for a day. Do you want to see him? Who? Suyu asked. Miss Yun Chenshuang from the Four-Symbol Mansion. What is she doing here? After thinking for a moment, Suyu left the Mingshan residence and went downstairs. Yun Chenshuang's eyes lit up, and she said, You really are staying at Bright Heart Residence. I was really afraid I was mistaken. I'm sorry. I was always cultivating, so I didn't pay attention to the outside world, Suyu said. It's all right. Yun Chenshuang was silent for a moment, and then she took out a recommendation letter that shone with golden light. The Four-Symbol Mansion's seal was printed on it, and the recommendation letter was written in a graceful handwriting by a woman. Here. Suyu took a look at the contents of the letter. The Four-Symbol Mansion had recommended the Tai Chi civilization to participate in the ecliptic meet, and the participant was the master of the Tai Chi faction, Suyu. He wrote Yun Chenshuang. This is a fake recommendation letter? Suyu was stunned. That handwriting should be from Yun Chenshuang, right? Yun Chenshuang's expression was slightly unnatural as she said, What does that matter? The Ecliptic Palace only recognizes the Four-Symbol Mansion Lord seals and not handwriting. It's fine as long as you can participate in the Ecliptic Palace assembly. Suyu was startled. She had stolen the Great Seal and forged a recommendation letter for Suyu in order to fulfill her promise. I'm sorry for making you come all the way here, only to be treated like that. So, no matter what means I have to use, I want to give you a recommendation letter. You can use this one. Her heart was filled with regret. Suyu asked, What will happen if your father finds out? What can I do? After all, I am his daughter. Yun Chenshuang spoke indifferently. However, traces of gloominess were concealed between her brows, and it was sufficient to display the anxiousness in her heart. Even if it was the daughter of the palace master who stole the palace master seal, it would not be easy for her to get away with it. It was inevitable that she would be punished. After a long silence, Suyu sighed, took out a small piece of the Pathmaster's bone, and gave it to her. Fine, I'll give it to you. Yun Qianshuang was pleasantly surprised, but she hesitated. Is this okay? Take it. I don't like owing favors, Su Yu said, even though he did not actually need the recommendation letter. Yun Qianshuang received it gratefully. The four-symbol mansion will forever owe you a favor. Su Yu smiled. Perhaps only Yun Qianshuang would feel indebted to him. The father and son might not feel the same way. After receiving the Pathmaster's bone, Yun Qianshuang thanked him profusely, then returned to the four-symbol mansion happily. Unexpectedly, Yun Qianxiong and Yun Zhantian were already waiting for her in the mansion. Did you give it to him? Yun Qianxiong asked calmly. Yun Qianshuang's expression changed, and she panicked. What did father say? Yun Zhantian laughed coldly. Hehe, you think we don't know? When you stole the palace master seal, we were there. Yun Qianshuang's heart thumped, as if she had missed something. So, did you exchange it for the Pathmaster's bone? Yun Qianxiong asked. Yun Qianshuang felt guilty and did not dare hide anything. She immediately took out the Pathmaster's bone. Yun Qianxiong looked at it and nodded. It is indeed a pure Pathmaster's bone. It is more than enough to make 2 9-bone heart-saving pills. Seeing that he had no intention of punishing her, Yun Qianshuang heaved a sigh of relief. Hehe, I knew it. Sooner or later, that lad would beg the four-symbol mansion for a recommendation letter. Yun Zhantian looked as if he had seen through Su Yu. Yun Qianshuang frowned. You misunderstood. He gave it to me willingly. Yun Zhantian said calmly, don't speak up for him. If he had not begged you for a recommendation letter, would you have stolen the palace master seal? Yun Qianshuang was unwilling to explain. They were too prejudiced against Su Yu, and anything she said would be superfluous. Whatever you think. The Pathmaster's bone is already in my hands. You can make elixirs for the ancestor. I won't join in the fun, Yun Qianshuang said, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Yun Qianxiong could hear the hidden meaning in her words. Where are you going? Anywhere is better than seeing you. Yun Qianshuang was disgusted by her father and brother's arrogance. She did not want to see them for even a moment longer. After saying this, she immediately turned to leave. Yun Zhantian snorted. Ridiculous. Father did not even blame her for secretly giving that Su Yu a recommendation letter. Instead, she is blaming us. Yun Qianxiong said calmly, let her be. Just train you well. Your sister is destined to be unable to inherit the four-symbol mansion. Let her do whatever she wants. Tomorrow is the day the palace ship will pass by the four-symbol civilization. I believe that the palace ship is already carrying the heaven rulers of other civilizations. Once you board the ship, remember to be polite. Do you understand? The palace ship was not like the four-symbol civilization. If he offended someone, no one would be able to help him. Don't worry, father. I know how to be kind to others. That night, 2 figures appeared from the inter-civilization transportation portal, heading straight for a local restaurant. Brother Ou Yi. They were the other 2 of the Tianji 3 heroes. Ou Yi Huanyun nodded. Let's go. I'll introduce you to my new friends. Oh, a friend recognized by brother Ou Yi? Could it be the heir of the four-symbol civilization, Yun Zhantian? Ou Yi Huanyun shook his head. Who does he think he is? I want to introduce a rather powerful person. Not only is he powerful, but his understanding of the martial Tao is even more shocking. He is omniscient. After interacting with him later, you will know how extraordinary he is. The 2 of them were slightly stunned. If they were of the same age, how different could their understanding of the martial Tao be? They did not think much of it and followed Ou Yi Huanyun to the Mingxin residence. The charming lady's eyes lit up. She said with a smile, Brother Ou Yi is so polite. Are you going to let us enjoy a night at the Mingxin residence? It was rumored that only the mansion master could stay in such a luxurious residence. They could not even dream of it normally. The pale-faced scholar praised, ever since brother Ou Yi entered the top 100 of the ecliptic rankings, his reputation has risen. When he came to the four-symbol mansion, the local branch palace gave him special treatment. Both of their eyes flickered with envy. Ou Yi Huanyun laughed. How can I be qualified to stay in such a place? It's the friend I mentioned. Hearing this, the two of them were filled with deep respect. A young man who could stay in the Mingxian residence must at least have an extremely high status. When we get up later, I hope you will show more kindness. The charming lady said seriously, Brother Ouyi, don't worry. We can't wait to show our respect to such an outstanding peer. How could we offend him? The three of them stood at the entrance of the Mingxian residence. After conveying their intention to meet with the maid, Suyu personally came down and welcomed them inside. This is the new friend I mentioned, Suyu. Ouyi Huanyun introduced him to them. The charming lady and the pale-faced scholar introduced themselves one after another. I'm Liu Ruxian. I'm Shijun. Suyu nodded. I'm Suyu. Please take a seat. The four of them had met today not only to board the palace ship tomorrow, but also for the ecliptic meet. It was the first time for everyone present, but the three of them had more or less heard a lot of insider information from their elders. Only Suyu knew nothing about it. Therefore, he readily agreed to let the four of them board the palace ship and interact with each other. When it came to the ecliptic meet, the three of them expressed their opinions and shared much of the information they knew, including the possible changes in the rules and rewards of the ecliptic meet that they had heard through the grapevine. On the other hand, Suyu listened attentively and did not say a word. Liu Ruxian blinked her pretty eyes and said, Mr. Su, since you can stay in the Mingxian residence, you must have an expert backing you. If you have any useful information, why don't you share it with us? Suyu said, I don't have any background, and I know nothing about the ecliptic meet. I hope that you can share any information you have with us. Liu Ruxian and Shijun looked at each other, and they saw the confusion and contempt in each other's eyes. His behavior really showed that he knew nothing about the ecliptic meet. This contradicted what Ouyi Huanyun had said about his profound understanding of the martial path. Chapter 2034. Ouyi Huanyun saw this and found it incomprehensible. It shouldn't be. Suyu had a broad understanding of many profound paths, so why was he so unfamiliar with the ecliptic assembly? After talking for a long time, Suyu gained a lot. He understood many things about the ecliptic assembly that he didn't know. For example, fighting for the body fruit in the ecliptic assembly wasn't its purpose. It was only a reward. Its real purpose was to recruit all the talents in the world to enter the ecliptic palace to further their studies. The ecliptic palace had a lower, middle, and upper palace. Talents with different qualifications would enter different palaces after passing the ecliptic assembly's assessment. The higher the assessment ranking, the higher the level of the palace they would enter. The level of the palace determined the resources and position arrangement of the ecliptic palace. For example, if one was lucky enough to enter the middle palace, the starting position would be the person in charge of a 5-star civilization's branch palace. If it was the upper palace, one could directly become the person in charge of a half-star civilization's branch palace. For example, Hu Yun. In that position, one would not lack any resources at all. Moreover, the position was noble, and any living creature in the civilization would be respectful, even if it was the local master of the civilization. It could be said that the ecliptic assembly was a moment that determined the fate of many talents. Big Brother Ouyi, the ecliptic assembly is about to begin. I wish to listen to Big Brother Ouyi explain the difficult points of the martial Dao to us again. After talking about the ecliptic assembly, Liu Ruxian stared at Ouyi Huanyun and said. She glanced at Suyu and secretly shook her head. The reason she didn't ask him was because of Ouyi Huanyun. If she really asked him and he couldn't explain, wouldn't it be embarrassing? Shijun also looked at Ouyi Huanyun with anticipation and didn't pay attention to Suyu. Ouyi Huanyun smiled. In this regard, there are experts present, so I won't show off. Brother Su, please tell us about it. Suyu did not reject it. After all, courtesy demanded reciprocity. He knew about the ecliptic assembly from them, and now he was telling them about the martial path to return the favor. Liu Ruxian forced a smile. Oh. Then let's hear Mr. Su's opinion. Suyu smiled calmly. We are about the same age, so what opinion is there to talk about? Let's just say we share it. Next, Suyu explained his understanding of the various great paths and answered their difficult questions. At first, Liu Ruxian didn't think much of it and didn't listen seriously. She thought to herself, how wide can a person who lacks common knowledge like the ecliptic meeting be? However, after listening to a few words, Liu Ruxian felt that it seemed to be the case. She couldn't help but listen carefully. In the end, the more she listened, the more ingenious she found it. All kinds of understanding were things she had never heard before. Many of them were related to the great path that she had cultivated. Su Yu understood many of the problems that she had yet to realize. After listening for a while, she felt as if the clouds had parted and she could see the bright moon. Unknowingly, she sat up straight and listened attentively. However, due to the fact that he had not been focused enough, he was unable to keep up with Su Yu's train of thought. When Su Yu finished explaining, she only understood half of it. Many doubts in her heart had been solved, but many new doubts had arisen, making her anxious to solve them. While she was shocked by Su Yu's knowledge, she also regretted not listening to him carefully at first. Now that Su Yu was asked to repeat it again, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Shi Jun, on the other hand, had been listening from the beginning. He understood most of it. His eyes were filled with shock and admiration. He solemnly cupped his fists and said, "Listening to your words is better than studying for 10 years. Brother Su's understanding of the martial path is profound. I think many elders of the 5-crown divine warriors are far inferior to you." These words weren't flattery, but the truth. This was the first time Shi Jun had encountered someone who had an exceptional understanding of any great path. This feeling was as if he was immersed in the comprehension of the Pathmasters. It was extremely wonderful. How could they know that Su Yu often listened to the conversations of dozens of Pathmasters? He was influenced by what he saw and heard, so he naturally had a deep understanding of everything in the universe. At the same time, he himself was a myriad path deity, so he had an understanding of many great paths. It was naturally easy for him to say something. "It's not late. Let's all rest in the house for the night. We will set off tomorrow." Liu Ruxian secretly felt that it was a pity. After thinking for a while, she quietly opened her eyes and waved at Shi Jun while Su Yu and Uya Huanyun were both meditating. Shi Jun looked surprised as he followed Liu Ruxian to the corridor. "Ruxian, what can't we talk about inside?" Shi Jun asked. Liu Ruxian's face was slightly red as she said, "Can you make a copy of Su Yu's memories for me?" Shi Jun suddenly understood and shook his head. "It's very difficult. His explanation involved many realizations, so it can't be copied. You can ask him yourself." Liu Ruxian laughed bitterly. "How can I do that? Should I tell him that I wasn't listening to his explanation at the beginning?" Shi Jun understood Liu Ruxian's mentality before, because he was the same. He thought about it and sighed. "It will take a month for the palace ship to reach the Ecliptic Palace. Can't you just build a relationship with him along the way?" "Build a relationship?" Liu Ruxian nodded her snow-white chin thoughtfully. The next day, a passenger ship with the Ecliptic Palace's symbol landed near the transportation civilization of the Four Symbols civilization. Su Yu and the other 3 sensed it and hurried over. They held their invitation cards and stepped forward. Uya Huanyun took out a silver-white invitation card, while Liu Ruxian and Shi Jun's were black. The invitation cards were divided into different grades, and the silver-white invitation card was far superior to the black one. When Su Yu boarded the ship, he only showed a corner of it before he was allowed to enter. "Mr. Su, your invitation card must be of a very high grade, right?" Liu Ruxian came over and asked curiously. Su Yu replied modestly, "It's all right. I was worried about getting an invitation card before this." Hey! Not only Liu Ruxian, but Uya Huanyun and the others were also surprised. "Brother Su, why didn't you say so earlier?" Uya Huanyun looked surprised. "If you wanted an invitation card, I could have sent you a recommendation card with the same effect." Su Yu smiled calmly. "Haha, it's just a small matter. I wouldn't have troubled you. I've already gotten one." Only then did Uya Huanyun recall Yun Zhantian's attitude toward Su Yu. He understood that Su Yu had probably asked for a recommendation card from the Four Symbols Manor. The recommendation card from the Four Symbols Manor should be of the lowest grade, the Karaki grade, which was even lower than Black Iron. After a pause, Huanyun said, "That's fine. The lower the grade, the lower the strength of the participants. With Brother Su's fighting power, it'll be easier for you to stand out." Su Yu smiled without saying anything. "Mr. Su, my family participated in the design of the palace ship and is very familiar with it. Let me show you around." "Thank you." Su Yu did not understand where Liu Ruxian's enthusiasm came from. She did not seem very interested in him yesterday. Why did her attitude change so much after one night? Accompanied by her, Su Yu took a quick look at the passenger ship. When he reached the bow of the ship, he saw a few youths chatting and laughing. Among them was Yun Zhantian. However, Yun Zhantian was only a peripheral figure. He stood at the periphery of the crowd, smiling but unable to say a word. Their gazes were attracted by the handsome youth surrounded by the crowd. "Everyone, don't just talk to me. Come and get to know each other. This time, the palace ship has landed in the Four Symbols Civilization to welcome the heir of the Four Symbols Civilization, Yun Zhantian." The handsome youth smiled as he introduced Yun Zhantian to the crowd. Only then did the crowd seem to notice Yun Zhantian, and they all cupped their fists in greeting. Yun Zhantian happily returned the greeting. "I heard that Brother Yun's cultivation has broken through to the middle stage of the Four Crowns Divine Warrior. In this ecliptic meet, I think he has a high chance of making it to the Middle Palace," the handsome youth said. Yun Zhantian said modestly, "Not at all. In front of everyone, Zhantian's strength is nothing." He was somewhat flattered. The handsome youth who spoke was none other than Li Ruochen, who was ranked 80 on the ecliptic list. His reputation was even greater than Huanyun's. Standing among the young talents from various civilizations, he was like a crane among chickens, respected by the crowd. Yun Zhantian enjoyed being praised in front of everyone. "Brother Yun, you don't have to be so humble, I think highly of you." Li Ruochen nodded. As they were speaking, Li Ruochen suddenly saw two figures. His expression changed slightly, and he abandoned the crowd and walked over quickly, his face filled with surprise. "Ruxian, why are you boarding the ship in the Four Symbols Civilization? I was thinking of paying you a visit when I arrived at the Heavenly Secret Civilization." Liu Ruxian looked up and was also surprised. "Oh, you're on this ship too." Li Ruochen's expression was somewhat reserved. He smiled. "It's rare to meet you. I'll set up a banquet in the cabin. Shall we have a good chat?" "No need, I still want to accompany a friend for a walk." Liu Ruxian politely refused. She smiled lightly and walked away with Su Yu. "Friend?" Li Ruochen looked at Su Yu with a hint of surprise. In his impression, Liu Ruxian was proud and arrogant, only acknowledging people stronger than her. Could the silver-haired youth in front of him also be an expert? Li Ruochen's family and Liu Ruxian's family were old friends. However, the Li family's ancestor had made a meteoric rise, creating a half-path civilization. Liu Ruxian's ancestor was a vassal of the Heavenly Secret Civilization. When the two families met by chance, Li Ruochen took a liking to Liu Ruxian. He wanted to take her as a concubine, but Liu Ruxian rejected him. Seeing Liu Ruxian accompanying a strange man intimately, talking and laughing, he naturally took it to heart. "Why is he currying favor with Liu Ruxian?" Yun Zhantian asked, slightly surprised. Li Ruochen heard this and turned his head. "Oh, you know that silver-haired youth?" Yun Zhantian nodded and said disdainfully, "You don't just know him. He relied on the recommendation letter of our Four Symbols mansion to barely board the palace ship." Li Ruochen pondered. "How strong is he? Where is he from? His strength is very weak. He's probably a Three Crowns emperor. As for his background, he's a lowly master from an unranked 5-star civilization." Li Ruochen's brows creased slightly. "Isn't Ruxian's foresight a little too poor? You can even be friends with this kind of person." Hearing Li Ruochen's dissatisfaction, Yun Zhantian said, "Brother Li, do you want me to give him a warning?" He wanted to curry favor with Li Ruochen and naturally wanted to do so. Chapter 2035. He couldn't send someone to warn Liu Ruxian every time she made a friend, could he? Moreover, this person's strength and identity were mediocre, and he posed no threat at all. Liu Ruxian accompanied Su Yu and familiarized herself with most of the corners of the passenger ship. As they conversed, they became much more familiar with each other. She took the opportunity to occasionally ask Su Yu a few questions about the martial path. Every time she received an answer that exceeded her expectations, Liu Ruxian was exceptionally satisfied. The way he looked at Su Yu became even more respectful and admiring. He thought to himself, I really don't know where his understanding of martial arts came from. As someone of the same age, I can't even compare to a 10,000th of him. I really feel ashamed. Not long after, the four of them met again. Shijun suggested, since we have nothing to do on the way, why don't we spar and improve each other's strength? The other two people cheered. Only Su Yu looked a little helpless. Even if the three of them joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to defeat Su Yu's single move. Hence, such a duel was meaningless. However, they were very interested, so Su Yu did not want to dampen their enthusiasm. Fine, I might as well give them some pointers along the way. I won't forget about getting to know them, Su Yu thought to himself, then nodded in agreement. I'll first spar with Big Brother Ouyi for a few days, Liu Ruxian said. When Shijun heard this, he rolled his eyes. You're really cunning. There was no doubt that Ouya Huanyun was stronger amongst the people present here, and Ouya Huanyun would benefit more from sparring with him. He looked at Su Yu helplessly and cupped his fists at him. Brother Su, I will exchange blows with you. No problem. The two of them moved to another place and began to spar. Shijun made an inviting gesture. Brother Su, please go ahead. He had heard Ouya Huanyun's evaluation that Su Yu's abilities were roughly equivalent to half of Ouya Huanyun's. Su Yu's abilities were at the peak of the initial stage of the Four-Crown Divine Warrior. As for Shijun, he was a Four-Crown Martial Emperor at the middle stage, and his overall abilities should be stronger than Su Yu's. All right. Su Yu only used the Nirvana of the Evil Dragon to increase his physique to the early stage of the Four-Crown Martial Emperor, then used his divine technique to contend against it. This was the lowest level that Su Yu could suppress his cultivation. If he suppressed it any lower, it would seem too deliberate. As soon as the two of them exchanged blows, Shijun immediately felt an immense pressure. He thought to himself, it is indeed as Ouya Huanyun said. He is extremely powerful. To spar with him, one had to be serious. Be careful. Shijun unleashed 80% of his strength. In theory, he should be able to suppress Su Yu. However, when they actually fought, Shijun shockingly discovered that he could not suppress Su Yu at all. Moreover, the more they fought, the more shocked they became. In the end, after a few rounds, the victor was still undecided. Even if he used his full power, he still wouldn't be able to suppress Su Yu. Stop for a moment, Shijun said in surprise. Brother Su's strength is really, very strange. He was clearly at the peak of the early stage of a Four-Crown Emperor, but he couldn't do anything to him. Su Yu stopped and said, Brother Shi's cultivation level is indeed high, but there are a few flaws. Shijun was startled. Was he going to guide him? Aren't you being too arrogant? Su Yu's cultivation level was lower than his. How could he guide him? Suppressing the disapproval in his heart, he politely said, Brother Su, please speak. Su Yu said, Firstly, your rules are not perfect enough. You must have borrowed external forces when you broke through the door of the Divine Warrior of Heaven and Earth. Secondly, your cultivation level is superficial, and your foundation is not stable. Especially before you break through to the Divine Warrior of Heaven and Earth. It is not stable. Shijun, who had been smiling politely, suddenly changed his expression. His heart was in turmoil, and he stuttered, Brother Su. You. Only a few people knew about the two flaws that Su Yu had mentioned. Even Ouya Huanyun did not know about them. Could Su Yu really have seen the various flaws in his cultivation from the short sparring? At once, he was filled with respect. Please guide me, Brother Su. I can't say that I'm guiding you. I'm just helping you to improve on your two flaws. Su Yu took out a bottle of Taishu wine. Drink this wine for a few days. It should be able to strengthen your rules and improve on the incomplete rules. As for the foundation of your cultivation level, you will need to suppress the desolate power in your body and train it continuously. Shijun was skeptical. In the following days, he patiently improved on his flaws according to Su Yu's guidance. 10 days later. Bang! Su Yu and Shijun finished sparring. Shijun had a bitter smile. I have let you down. It looks like I haven't improved much. It had been difficult for him to suppress Su Yu in their previous sparring, and he was still unable to do so. It was clear that his abilities had not improved significantly, and his flaws were still there. Su Yu calmly said, haste makes waste. Your flaws have existed for a long time, and you will naturally need a long time to improve. At that moment, Ouya Huanyun and Liu Ruxian had also finished sparring for 10 days. Liu Ruxian's charming face was filled with joy. It was obvious that she had gained a lot, a stark contrast to the dejected Shijun. Why do you look so dejected? Didn't you just lose 10 days of sparring with brother Ou Yi? It shouldn't be like this, right? Liu Ruxian subconsciously thought that Shijun was unhappy because he had not gained anything from sparring with Su Yu. Unexpectedly, Shijun shook his head with a bitter smile. I have only let down brother Su's guidance. I have let him down. Liu Ruxian and Ouya Huanyun were stunned for a moment. Su Yu had guided Shijun? Was there some misunderstanding? Liu Ruxian comforted him. In the next stage, you will accompany brother Ou Yi. But Liu Ruxian smiled proudly. Before that, why don't the two of us first spar? Shijun waved his hand helplessly. Forget it. My abilities are not as good as yours. Although both of them were at the middle stage of the four-crown martial emperors, Liu Ruxian had always been stronger in their sparring sessions. Now that she looked so happy, she must have gained a lot from sparring with Ouya Huanyun, and her abilities had improved. If they fought again, there would be no doubt who would win. Come on. Just one match, Liu Ruxian said with a smile. Unable to dissuade her, Shijun sighed and said, all right, I'll let you be proud for a while. He knew that Liu Ruxian wanted to show off her improved abilities. Both of them knew each other very well, and they were not afraid of hurting each other. Hence, they attacked with all their might. Thud, thud, thud. Unexpectedly, when their rules came into contact, Shijun was like a boulder, while Liu Ruxian was forced to retreat. Her pretty face was blank, and she shouted, again. Her beautiful figure flickered, and she charged forward again to fight Shijun. After 10 moves, Liu Ruxian's body trembled, and she was sent flying hundreds of meters away. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, and the chains of law also became slightly illusory. On the other hand, Shijun was completely fine, and it was clear who was stronger. Shijun was in disbelief, and he asked in surprise, Ruxian, are you not using your full strength? Liu Ruxian's pretty face turned red. She gritted her teeth and attacked again, unwilling to admit defeat. The two of them fought intensely, and it was clear that they had no intention of holding back. However, within 100 moves, Liu Ruxian was forced back 7 times, and her body was already covered with injuries that were neither light nor heavy. Shijun was truly shocked, and he asked, Ruxian, your strength. Why has it regressed? Liu Ruxian was also confused. How could she have regressed? She should have improved by quite a bit. It's not that Ruxian has regressed, it's that you, Shijun, have improved greatly. Ouya Huanyun's eyes flickered with light. Liu Ruxian was shocked, and she said, in a short 10 days, you can't surpass me. One had to know that it was very difficult for Shijun to defeat Liu Ruxian in the past. Moreover, Liu Ruxian had also improved in the past 10 days. This could only be explained if he had improved immensely in the past 10 days. Shijun was at a loss for a moment before he came to a realization. He looked at Su Yu excitedly and said, could it be that my 10 days of training were effective? Su Yu smiled, but did not speak. The reason why Shijun felt that his strength had not improved was because Su Yu had been secretly increasing his true strength during the sparring sessions, causing Shijun to feel that his strength had not changed at all. Now that he had exchanged blows with Liu Ruxian, he realized that his strength had improved greatly. It could only be described as lightning speed. Liu Ruxian said in disbelief, Shijun, did you really receive pointers from Mr. Su? Shijun said excitedly, yes. Brother Su is very knowledgeable. In just 100 rounds of sparring, he pointed out many of my shortcomings and gave me pointers to correct them. I did not expect the results to be so remarkable. Liu Ruxian and Yu Huanyun secretly gasped. Noticing the shortcomings of others might not be a big deal, but being able to give pointers to someone to correct them was another problem. Suddenly, Liu Ruxian blinked her beautiful eyes and ran over with a smile. She pushed Shijun aside and held onto Su Yu's arm. Mr. Su, I will have to ask you to guide me properly until we reach the Ecliptic Palace. At this moment, Shijun came back to his senses and said, No way, how can you be so unreasonable? I will only spar with Brother Su for 10 days, but you want 20. Liu Ruxian dragged Su Yu away without a care in the world. She said, We agreed just now, and I don't see you objecting. It's too late to regret it now. Mr. Su, let's go quickly. She pulled Su Yu along as she ran, her face full of anticipation. Shijun did not give up and quickly chased after them. Yu Huanyun was left smiling bitterly. In the past, the two of them had fought to spar with Su Yu, but now, no one wanted him. This Su Yu is really unfathomable. In just 10 short days, he had caused such a drastic change in Shijun. He really did not know how he had done it. At the stern of the ship. In the end, the two of them reached a compromise. The two of them would take turns to spar with Su Yu and receive his pointers. Liu Ruxian was very dissatisfied and secretly regretted choosing to spar with Yu Huanyun. She had allowed Shijun to take advantage of her. Now, Shijun's overall abilities were still slightly above hers, so it would not be easy to win him back. Mr. Su, you can't be biased. I also want to improve by leaps and bounds in 10 days and defeat Shijun. Liu Ruxian held onto Su Yu's arm tightly, her whole body almost hanging onto him as she spoke coquettishly. Su Yu could not take it anymore and tried to pull away from her. However, Liu Ruxian clung onto him tightly, as if she was afraid that he would escape. Just like that, Su Yu sparred with her for more than 100 rounds. Then, he expressed his observations and suggestions for improvement. Liu Ruxian was shocked when she heard this, and she clung onto him even tighter. Her pretty eyes shone with excitement. Anything else? I would like to hear more. At this moment, a group of talented youths arrived at the stern of the ship, talking and laughing. It was Li Ruochen and the others. They had been sparring with each other for more than 10 days, and they had come to the stern of the ship to have a feast and relax. However, as soon as they arrived, they discovered that there were people there. When they glanced around casually, they saw a man and a woman hugging each other tightly. They even thought that they were a couple.